this morning. So I'll see you in a moment. We'll see what my throat can handle. Good morning, YouTube. I am Shaggy. I am Phil Alitea. And god damn it if this woman isn't texting me. Fuck. God damn my phone right now. Why? Why won't you leave this? Holy shit. Okay. I wonder. No. Okay. My voice is a little worn. So we'll see what happens today. But one of the ways that I know to work through my voice being worn like this is to use it. And if I find myself with a sore throat and unable to speak at some point, whatever, I can also gargle salt water here in the tent and put some salt on my tongue. Put some salt on my what am I doing? Why am I putting my phone away from me? Give me a second. Damn it, I will learn this song one of these days. And I will remember how it begins. Okay, here we go. I seem to recognize your face, haunting, familiar, yet I can't seem to place it. Will I not find a candle of thought to light your name? Lifetimes of catching up with me. All these changes taking place. I wish I'd seen the place, but no one's ever taken me. Hearts and thoughts say fade, fade away. Hearts and thoughts say fade, fade away. And I swear I recognize your breath. Memories like fingerprints are slowly raising. I wouldn't recall, for I'm not my former. It's hard when you're stuck upon that shelf. I changed by not changing at all. Small town predicts my fate. I saw what no one wants to see. I just wanna scream, hello. My God, it's been so long. Didn't dream you'd return, but now here you are, and here I am. Hearts and thoughts, they fade away. 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 Hearts and thoughts, they fade. Eddie Vedder's not dead. I can't be channeling him. I don't know this song. You're welcome, Richie. I'll be expecting you to buy my lunch and weed whenever I get around to those things. I don't know the words to this song. What I should do is get my laptop out, but it's too cold. My battery is going to just shrivel and die. Gross. I don't know the words. There's a squeeze close. I guess I could wait till after he goes. Eyes of kindness come, road still lingers on. I dream myself a new-bound deity, say hello to New York City, and I don't know why. Never once think about getting a stove. Thursdays listening. Never once. Ever covering. Thursday got to see. Drivers severing. Thursday, dear friend, this in. Other Thursday, dear talk, reading and a toss to 1, 2, 1. As I walk upon high, and I step to the edge, and see my world below. And I laugh at myself as the tears roll down. What is the world I have known? This is the world I have known. These cellos are incredible. Serve myself a new-bound deity, turn my sound to New York City, and I don't know why. I don't know why. So I look upon high, and I step to the edge to see the world below. And I laugh at myself as the tears roll down. What is the world I have known? Is this the world I have known? So I look upon high, and I step to the edge and see the world below. And I laugh at myself as the tears roll down. Was this the world I have known? 'Cause this the world I have known. Hey, Misty, good morning. Thrilling, maybe. We have thrills, we have chills. We have a lot of chills right now. Morning, Striker. What's up? Long time no see. Oh no. This one is for Kat Miller if you're out there in the universe. Good morning, David. Mama, she has taught me well. Told me when I was young. Said, son, your life's an open book. Don't close it for it's done. The flattest flame grows quickest. That's what I heard her say. Sons of children matter, but I must find my way. Let my heart go. Mama, let your son grow. Said, let my heart go. Just let this heart be still, oh still. Never mind her last name. The white blood through my veins. The apron strings around my neck. The mark that still remains. Left home at an early age for what I heard was wrong. Never asked forgiveness, but what I said is done. Let my heart go. Let your son grow. Mama, let my heart go. Or let this heart be still. Never I ask of you, but never I gave. But you gave me your emptiness, and I'll take it to my grave. Never I ask of you, but never I gave. But you gave me your emptiness, and I'll take it to my grave. So let this heart be still. Mama, now I'm coming home. I'm not all you wish to me. Ever suffer her son, spoken here with me. That I took your love for granted, and you're the thing you said to me. Yeah, they used your arms to welcome me, but cold stone's all I see. Let my heart go. Let your son grow. Let my heart go. Or let this heart be still. Let my heart go. Mama, let my heart go. You never let my heart go. So let this heart be still. Oh, never I asked of you, but never you gave. But you gave me your emptiness, and I'll take it to my grave. Never I asked of you, and never you gave. But you gave me your emptiness, and I'll take it to my grave. So let this heart be still. Thank you for everything, Kat. Well, I'm not skipping this one. See if my voice can handle it. Hello, Sleepy Durden. What's up? On the feeling of the west of letters, I said, I want to leave it again. On the feeling, I don't know the words. So they soft letters, I don't said, I want to leave it again. So on the Thursday, on the we sit on the way, yeah. And I told and I said and I told and I said when the rolled out of bed. Then the says down on the race so honorable. I said I don't want to waste on the bad soul, the bad. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Have you seen them out on the porch? Oh, I give away, and I see them out the front way, yeah. And I don't, and I say, I don't want to stay. Good morning, Dave. It's chilly this morning. I only know a handful of their songs, Sleepy. It's not actually my wheelhouse. It's nowhere near fast, slow, or heavy enough. I'm just trying to get my throat working, guys. I have the beginnings of a sore throat. I have a hole right here, and it's just all frayed from the cold and the damp. So I'm just trying to work through it. I might lose my voice and not be able to do Trevor anymore for a few days. I don't want something else. On the front line of the freeway. Oh, I don't know the wave on the back, so the back. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Have you seen them out on the porch? Yeah, they give away, and I see them down the front way, yeah. And I know, I don't want to stay. 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 No, no, I wanna. Morning, Vito. Thank you, Papito. I am not a no tobacco fellow. In fact, I don't know that song, never heard that song. I am sure I don't know that. I'm gonna have to get off this. Wait, what's this? I know what I want to sing. Actually, I want to try this. I don't know the words though, but I'm sure that Rach will enjoy the timbra because I think I can do the timbra. I stand, I just stand on. Never is alone, I know sometimes we just pull on. That the lucky man, I look on both hands once I love. Them things you said, put on, I say God, no. This song is true about me for the first time in my life. That's why I don't know the words. Stay with me, let's just breathe. This practice of the sins never gonna let me win. Oh, the other thing, the seven men. Oh, I don't want to hurt. There's so much in this world making me bleed. Now say with me, oh, child, I see. Did I say that I need you? Did I say that I want you? For if I did, then I'm a fool. No one knows this more than me. 'Cause I come clean, I wonder if it more than your face, oh. The first thing I saw, and never that you were saved, oh. Everything you was take, everything you would bring. Never say that I'll love you. Did I say that I want you? If I did, I'm a fool. See, one knows this more than me. But I come clean. I can't see right now, Misty. Give me a second. Nothing you will take, everything you will break. Every night, and then the other side. And then it just ends. I might do this one too. Oh no, Misty. Another turning point, a fork stuck in the road. You've hit me before. Time buys the thrust and asks you where to go. Though that's the best of this quest and known as try. That's a question, but a lesson learned in time. It's something unpredictable, but in the end it's right. I hope you have the time of your life. This song is really dear to my heart. Hey Danny boy, I was thinking of our crew. The thinking just makes me sad, and that's why I write to you. How do you do? There's been years between us. Did we have big ideas when our school was done? We'd leave our smaller minds and move out to Oregon. But I was the only one who went the road less taken. I met a girl and I swept her off her feet. Made her promises I never meant to keep. There's a mean streak in me. Inside a storm was raging. She had the form like no other girl in town. We had a baby boy, but I couldn't hang around. I couldn't be tied down. That's just the road I was faking. That's the way I was thinking is what he actually says. Those days are gone, and as the heart is aching. Thought I deserved so much more than work could pay. I drove containers from BC from Monterey. There was a long way in pins and needles. She wrote me letters, but I never opened one. She met some other man, gave his name to my son. I guess the damage is done. There's no way I can fake it. Those days are gone, and my heart is breaking. Always thought my heart to be a dark horse, laying low till race day came along. Lately our heart's feeling like a dartboard, and that's not something I had planned at all. There's no limit to the steps I could retrace. I got a job cooking eggs at my friend's place. There's no disgrace to make an honest living. If it makes you blue, I hope you do not dwell. And if this gets to you, I hope it finds you well. There's not much else. Out here it's been raining. Those days are here, and my heart is waiting. It's a perfect ballad. Thank you, Mr. Barton Carroll. It's called Those Days Are Here. I think And My Heart is Breaking. Yeah, Barton Carroll, Those Days Are Gone and My Heart's Breaking. Let's see if I remember this song well enough to perform it. He sings in such a unique way. He says, the day we met, your voice became my favorite sound. So I'm hoping now that you won't turn me down. And though I wear a mask to world of girls so fair, in circles, certain circles, it's not there. That crowd you run with sure have big things on their minds. And their conversation tends to leave me far behind. There's a heart I know I never understand. In certain circles, I'm the man. I'm the one who could give you so much fun. Suddenly venom losing to your mouth. On this truth I've been blue, but I can still make love to you. Tell you what this sadness is about. I love this song. I agree, Misty. I'm way too slow and I lived way too fast. As it overflows with voices from the past. Once I've taken a woman for the night. In certain circles, that's alright. Others freed, others waved, others emotional enslaved. Others see me darkening their door. That there's form and the charm of such a woman on my arm. There's days of time forevermore. Will seal my fate as king forevermore. So if my true love draws you from the velvet life, I'll give you diamonds that are worthy of your light. And though you stand out as the princess of your seed, in certain circles, you're the queen. Out of my mind, from pictures of past lives, trapped in a memory, a fragment of time, and the way things used to be, just trying to get away to get back home, pitching for something new. That's just not there anymore, 'cause you know that it's gone. Ooh, ooh. Used to the way to the distance, past a crack of light in the floor. I hear the sound of mischief as the promise and light shines no more. I paid you a fool's game and I don't owe you anymore. I just held the nothing I found like a mountain of pain on the floor. You're not the king of me. Losing ground, shaken by a prophecy, siren songs, calling for your sanctity. Wipe away the blood from your face. All I see is our demise, headed for the black disguise. And I need more time. I still hear your voice and breathing. Should I fall upon my sword, make sure they know that I fought for them. Make sure they know I tried. I scraped and clawed. I gave my all. Stars in the distance, oh, and they tell the story of my life. They tell us to beware and pay the past. The turns the turn, and that is that. I spend my days underground, covered in dust and smothered in dirt. How you know how it hurts this little clown? Pay no attention to the sound of the beast, 'cause you know that he can't hurt you when you're with me. I love you, Rachel. I love all of you, and thank you for saying that, Misty. Pay no attention to the sound of the beast. Can't hurt you when you're with me. In certain circles, you're the queen. I'm not going to do flying whales. Waters of chaos that invaded our space. I'm not going to do that. The flood on Earth again. We have to find the whales where the vocals are on a pedal note. I'm not going to do that to you. Guys, this is too heavy. Why so heavy? Certain circles. What are you doing to me today, YouTube? It's too heavy. I didn't pick a heavy song. You're welcome. You're welcome, Richie. Rachie. $1 for your vanity, a penny for your thoughts about the world's insanity and how we've gotten lost. Strike up the band and play a song as we go waltzing by, and fake a smile as we all say goodbye. Goodbye. Ooh, goodbye. Say a prayer for recognition, kiss the ones you love. Gather up the ammunition, sigh for all the lost. Strike up the band and play a song as we go waltzing by, and fake a smile as we all say goodbye. Goodbye. Oh, goodbye. Yeah. Boom, 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 boom. The cellos in this are so nice. Boom, 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 boom. Raise a glass to ignorance, drink a toast to fear. The beginning of the end has come, that's why we all are here. Strike up the band and play a song and try hard not to cry, and fake a smile as we all say goodbye. Goodbye. I love the laugh there. Goodbye. Oh, goodbye. Yeah, goodbye. Yeah, goodbye. I love the vocal harmonies on this record. I used to listen to this record instead of my parents arguing. I used to sing over their bickering, to the point that when I was living with my dad and his wife, she goes, "Does he have to sing all the fucking time?" And he just goes, "Yeah." He's been doing it his whole fucking life. You're not gonna fucking stop him for sure. This record goes so fucking hard in places too. Thank you, Misty. Open up your box of sunshine and smile as confetti comes raining down on you. You feel a lot like the good guy. Do you know why? Everything's so blue. Well, love is fire and the coals are barely burning. Cold fills the emptiness that fills this empty place. I taught you to walk and then you ran away from me. Well, that's not how it's supposed to be. I collide with love is an elusive state of mind. There's always something else is supposed to be. So this song is why I know that, and I have no hard feelings for people like Lenny is the most recent, who've come to the channel, stuck around for a little while, giving me conversation, giving me a little bit of money, found conversation in my circles, and realized that they could entertain masses and then left. I taught you to run, I taught you to walk, and you ran away. I know. You're waiting for the axe to fall. But can't you see it lying on the ground? I collide with love is an elusive state of mind. No, there's something else it's supposed to be. I collide with love is an elusive state of mind. Something's killing me. I used to sing this song to my mom. Thank you, Fire. Thank you. You could be the best one on this mess. You be the best one. Be the best one. Be the best one. I collide with love is an elusive state of mind. Worse since you arrived, Rank. It's supposed to be. I collide with love is an elusive state of mind. Someone's killing me. I collide with love is an elusive state of mind. I know there's someone else is supposed to be. I collide with love is an elusive state of mind. Something's killing me. You could be the best one of this filthy man. You could be the best one of this filthy man. That's only panned on the left side. Oh, yeah, oh, yeah. Whoa, you could be the best one of this filthy man. I think he thought I was joking about his presence making my day worse. So I never have to read them again. Collapsing was much softer, still falling always hurts. Lonely after sensing, love for always ever burned. Do you, Eric? Justified my folly in affluent disguise, both revealing nothing, Nothing unforgiven lies. Unforgiven lies. What does he say there? He says, collapsing was much softer, but falling still always hurts, but only after sensing that love for always ever burns. Thank you, crazy DJ. Justified my folly, an affluent disguise, both revealing nothing, unforgiven lies. Our follies, our affluence, it's just unforgiven lies. We're lying every day of our life, and God is going sin, 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 sin every time. No one loves me like you, he says, because God will let us get away with lies, and he'll never hold it against us. No one loves me the way you do. Loving someone is overlooking the things that you know they're going to do wrong into the future, and no one loves us well enough to let us get away with the lie of our existence forever. Everybody holds it against us. Keeping up with the Joneses is about holding it against one another. It's about maintaining the grudge of the envy. More, the emptiness no more. No one loves me like you. Well, Eric, the truth is also truthful, and if you don't like hearing it and you call that rudeness, you don't listen to the truth no matter how it's said to you. Telling someone the way you speak is not the way I would prefer you to speak is called gaslighting and gatekeeping, and what you can do to maintain the alliteration is go fuck yourself. Take some time to realize you're fallen, dickhead. No one loves me like you. No one loves me the way you do. No one loves me like you. No one loves me the way that you do. No one loves me like you. Good morning, Kate Rib. How are you doing? No one loves me the way you do. Men are going to stand up and say, hello, sir. My cock is about 2 inches long and it's about as thick as a number 2 pencil. May I see yours, please? That's not a fair trade, sir. I couldn't get that cold in an ice bath, or that small in an ice bath. It would cause me severe pain to be as small as your penis is fully erect, sir. No one loves me like you. Oh, good morning, Kate Rib. I don't want to be awake anymore. Never mind, he's talking about penises. After singing about how great God is, God presents us with opportunities to dick slap people if we take them, rather. Toothpick Santa. I thought that said toothpick Santa. Toothpick Santa? And I was like, yes. He's a toothpick Santa Claus. He collapses under the weight of his gifts. Love is so intrusive, I thought I heard you say, he says. And then you laugh so unconvincingly. I don't actually want to listen to the Jars of Clay anymore. You actually, yes, I do. Give me a second. I know what I do now. Rachel. But can I do it? That becomes the question. I don't remember what this one sounds like. They just come over me. Take care, Miss Kate Rib. You have a great one too. I'll see you around. And thank you for hitting me in the comments. That makes me feel good. I'll remember this one. I'm starting to get A little gassy as my metabolism picks back up. I think you can see what I'm up to, coach. There's a gateway in between. There's a gateway in a lane where I end and you begin. I'm sorry for the dinosaurs roam the earth. The sky turned gray where I end and you begin. I'm up in the clouds, I'm up in the clouds, and I can't come down. Gotta watch him out take part, where I end and where you start. But you left me alone. You left me alone. What's his name? Am I doing Tom York correctly? It's a mighty place where the voter ways. Now that home's forever seen in the sea. Tell me you don't know the song as it's written, Sarah, without telling me you don't know anything. That's the third and final time you will criticize me without paying me money. I don't argue with lesbians for sport. I will eat you, I will eat you, I will eat you, I will eat you, I will never go back, I will never go back, they will never come back, they will never go back, I will eat you, I will eat you, I will eat you, I will eat you, I will never go back, I will never go back, I will never go back, I will never go back. I will eat you alive. 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 I will never go back. 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 I will eat you alive. I will eat you alive. I will eat you alive. No. Sarah Mascara is the one who wants to argue with me about pedantic bullshit from the position that she is wrong. She's the one who wanted to argue with me about some dumb bullshit in my comments, said that she didn't like it that I called somebody gay. Whatever, fuck off. I don't give a shit what you like. If I gave a shit what you liked, I would ask. You are too young for that information, Misty. You will understand when you're older. Are you hungry? Are you scared? Are you begging for your break? Sweet. It's supposed to be funny. See, if you've ever seen a handlebar mustache, it's called that because you can grab it like a bicycle handle. I'll buy the rest. let you down. I'm actually Robot Guy from Mama's Boy. Ooh, your just torn at the seams. Would you do anything without Jim Carrey is not dead. They walk on blood. No, you stop that. You stop dripping water, motherfucker. You stop it. You stop it now. That's into my bedding, you motherfucker. Jobs are for the lowest of society, the lowest rungs of society. A job is what you do when you don't have skills or the ability to create money of your own. The nether sparrow bee. What the hell? Austin. C'est la vie. Oh, heard that, Misty. Just don't be like that lady in Muskingum County who got arrested this week. Muskingum County is where I am. Got arrested this week for falsifying social work documents. Not even close. Fire. Watch his actual career. Fire Marshal Bill is not something to be satisfied with. If that were the case, he would have never been on In Living Color. He was the token white guy in the Key and Peele of his day. Thank you, Rachel. Chini let out of the bottle, he says. Whoops, did nobody know that? Jim Carrey is a token Canadian. The portal. Funny how, where was been, when you're breathing, when you're breathing, when the walls spin, and where the walls spin, where you're breathing. Yeah, Jim Carrey is just and only a clown, kind of like Sacha Baron Cohen. They're just comics, they're just comedians, they're just fools. Suck you down to the other side. They will suck you. And anyway, there's almost no element of Germany. There's almost no German element in cinema. German propaganda cinema was copying American cinema, tacitly copying American cinema. Hitler wore a fucking his mustache was that Jewish comedian. You're alone, girl. Your alarm bells are ringing. They should be ringing. They should be ringing. Marx. What's his name? The comedian with the Groucho Marx. Hitler wore a Groucho Marx mustache. They should be ringing. They should be ringing. In fact, I don't know how Groucho Marx mustaches aren't back. I don't know how they're not in vogue among young Jewish people. Like, I don't know how Indo-Aryan cultures haven't taken the swastika back in public. Groucho Marx, not Charlie. It might have been Charlie Chaplin, actually. I think you're right, Nathan. I think you're right. I think it was Charlie Chaplin. He wore a Charlie Chaplin mustache. I think you're right about that. I'm not good with names. I'm good with faces. So if you showed me the two faces, I could identify who the fuck I was talking about, who I meant. Anyway, cinema is almost entirely Italian. If you know anything, if you've watched The Godfather, for example, cinema is almost entirely Italian. Cinema is fed by Las Vegas, Nevada. Hollywood is. And porn. Well, if what you heard me say, Bugvane, is offensive to you, you are a neo-Nazi. So, that's fine. The Man in the High Castle is just a book. Written by a schizophrenic whose mind was mostly psychedelics. Bugvane, if what you heard me say thereabout is offensive to you, you are a neo-Nazi. I have never listened to Sabaton on purpose. I am not gay. I don't know if that's occurred to you, Nathan, but I'm not gay. Actually, no, you're not. The trans movement began with the Nazis. You're actually not the literal opposite of a neo-Nazi, Bugvane. You are the literal embodiment of a neo-Nazi. Everything you believe began at Nazi ideology. Sabaton is gay as fuck. No, Bugvane, I'm informed. You're a neo-Nazi. The first successful surgery, transgender surgery, was of a Nazi. She died in horrible pain. Learn your history, Bugvane. Sabaton is a very, very, very kitschy band. Segundo, this one's for you, buddy. Dora Richter, 1922. Nazi scientist put ovaries in her pelvis and she died. Ba 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 do ba 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 ba. Yeah, soon waiting to happen. Yeah, soon waiting to happen. I think he's actually saying waiting to have fun. They are both bands, yes. Sabaton is a band in the same way that Rammstein are a band, yes. Lay me down in a bunker underground. I won't let this happen to my children. Victory would coming out of your shell, stood wide and vast, sitting ducks. I will rise up, little babies, us, little babies, us, little babies, us, Yeah, the trans movement it's Nazi. It began with Nazi magic. The first openly trans person was a Roman. You guys think that the liberals aren't the Nazis and you're wrong. the Democrat Party funded Nazi science and Nazi, the Democrat Party funded the fucking overthrow of the Weimar Republic. The putsch, what was it called? The Democrat Party funded all that. The Nazis remained in contact with American Democrats throughout the war, and early Democrat politicians like George H.W. Bush's dad was a Democrat, and he laundered Nazi gold through France. That's how the Bushes became who they are. That's why they broke away from the Democrats to become Republicans in the first place. And that's why if you look at Republican politics before Donald Trump came into power, they were behaving like Democrats. Donald Trump is a Democrat. The source is anywhere you choose to look, but one of the places that you can find that's a meta collection of these things is Trans by, it's called Trans. I don't remember the name of the woman. Helen Joyce. Trans by Helen Joyce is a meta analysis of this material. Maybe Mr. Nick Jim, but conservative Democrat is a contradiction in terms. Yeah. The Democrats are the conservative party. They're the agrarian party. The agrarians are always the conservatives. I have to pee. Give me a second. So I knew what I know about the trans movement. I researched it because I just believed what the trans people were saying. Like, okay, you guys have done the research. And then I realized that no, they hadn't done the research. They were convincing kids to do this as proofs of concept. They hadn't done the research. They hadn't done this on adults. And you can't test hormone therapies on preteens before you have preteens that you're testing it on. So there's no way that this could be scientifically ethical. You can't go to human testing before you know that what you're doing is safe. You can't know what anyway, so you can't go to human testing, and so that just ends the argument. It just ends the argument. You can't go to human testing. So you can't then go, okay, well, we can't do human testing, so let's test children. That can't work. And so I started listening to what they were saying critically at that point, and they started talking about twin souls. and the Native American and other etc. Oral traditions, mythical traditions, and I said, well, that's just made up. What they're saying is just made up. The twin soul, the trans soul in those situations were when you didn't have a girl, so you used a boy for the sacrifice that's supposed to be of a girl, or you use a boy for a sacrifice that's, or a girl that's supposed to be a sacrifice of a boy. Where it's like, well, we don't have an appropriate girl right now, but we've got this boy, and you dress him up like a girl and you kill him. They didn't live that way. People who cross liminal borders like that weren't allowed to live in communities. Yeah, Misty. Tom seems to think I'm joking. Twitching and a salivate like with myxomatosis. You should end up fucked up. Strangled, beaten up. Use as a photo to turn my disease. The other dead of my dread had all in drown, but I don't know how I feel. Yeah, well, trans boys, Misty, are bullying. 100% of trans men have been bullied into that position. Tom is a bad reader. There's me in on my knees, put me down. I got myxomatosis. I got myxomatosis. Yeah, no one likes a smartass, or we all like stars. So these are wise in your intention. These are looking for a reason. Reason must have got mixed up. Strangled, beaten up. I got myxomatosis. I got myxomatosis. I don't know why I feel so tongue-tied. It's bullying. 100% of trans are bullied into that by an older person who wants to groom them for their perversion. 100% of the time. Yeah. His parents bullying him to their perversion. In M2F, most M2F situations are boys who came out to their parents as having gay thoughts, and their parents convinced them to be girls because they would rather have a castrated son than a gay son. But all of it is perversion and untreated mental illness. Yeah, it's gross and perverted and not okay because he's not a girl. It's gaslighting is what it is, Misty. It's gaslighting. I've dated a few trans people who wanted me to treat them like their birth gender. A few. Between 3 and 5. I don't know if mental health is being addressed world over, Thomas. Well, You just got to remember, Misty, that liberal means free of the Catholic Church. You know what a slide rule looks like, Misty? Yes, it's hard to find a proper opinion because most of it is misinformation. Okay. You know what a ruler looks like? If you had a ruler that had no numbers on it, okay? Just whatever. No numbers, but you still have the notches. Hello, Ashley. And then you have this sliding isolate on the ruler that you can slide around. Okay? Just kind of hold that in your mind. That sliding part is 0. Okay? So when you're talking liberal, conservative, you're talking about this great big long measuring stick. Where you plot 0 matters. So when you say you've always been more on the liberal side, sure. But where is 0? Do you understand what I'm saying? To be liberal in the 21st century still means to be against or free from the Catholic Church of the 16th century, 600 years ago. It's the same 0 point. So you're probably, the Catholic Church probably has no bearing on what you do with your life. But politically, if you're going to say, well, I'm affiliated with these people, they're having a 500-year-old argument. You see what I'm saying? The trans thing, depending on your 0 point, is either an argument from 1920 or it's an argument from esoteric Roman politics that you've never heard of from 2,000 years ago. Zero is nonpartisan. Technically, 0 is bipartisanship. You don't need to feel anything, Misty. When your vote is for your interests, vote for what is interesting to you. Vote for your future, and it'll come out in the wash. Don't worry about them. With your vote and your money, right? The things that benefit you are where you should spend your time and your money and your thinking and your voting. Because if you vote for them, and then they use their vote to kick you out of the club, now you don't have a vote at all. Actually, bipartisan is where they both disagree. La da 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 da. Well, sure, but you got to remember that in the electorate, you're nobody's mom. That's why you, a woman, have a vote. Women didn't used to have a vote because they were somebody's mom. Okay, Eric, but you know your taxes pay for the power lines that allow you to say that. What's the question you've been sitting on, Misty? That isn't for you. That is for random passersby who don't know me. Heard that, Mikey. It's not going to be hot here. It's supposed to be cold here. Good morning, Ashley. How are you doing? This is just a reminder that I don't have to engage with you guys. Missy, you have got past the paywall a long time ago, darling. What up, Vindoc? Oh, I skipped my favorite Radiohead song. A spider just crawled across my face on my screen, and I thought it was actually on my face. My brain reverse calculated the scale instantly. And so I thought there was a face-sized spider on my face, and I reacted there like it was happening. Measure twice, cut once is an easier way to say that, Swamp Rat. Everyone should be accepted. Well, I wouldn't say he took a strict approach. I would say he took an exclusionary approach. And don't do your homework. Homework is just practice. Homework is just repetition. Hello, basketball. Yeah, he's exclusionary. Think about Final Fantasy X, Misty. He's like Waka. The world is too complex for his worldview. It's too complex for his cognitive framework. It's too complex for him to engage with without emotional reactions. And so he has to say, okay, those things are always going to give me a negative emotional reaction, so exclude them from my worldview. Yeah. But he can't calculate, he can't cognitively manipulate the nuance, the complexity. And so your FOMO is kind of speaking through him. Well, sure, but what he's doing is called a gish gallop, Misty. What he's doing is called a gish gallop, Gish gallop, like a horse. Sure, you can accept everyone. I would recommend not accepting everyone, because not everyone needs to be in the club, as you know. But two things. Gish gallop, and you got to give evil a chance. A gish gallop is where somebody gallops over you in your ability to process and argue with every single point that they're making by making point after point after point after point and supporting it with what may or may not be real evidence. If you can't examine all of the evidence, and if you don't have the Bible in front of you to say, to cross-reference, and you don't have a good critical document to cross-reference everything they're saying, you have no argument against. That's called a gish gallop, and it's illegal in actual intelligent circles. Well, that's what he wants you to do. He's trying to hit you. He's literally fucking you over the head. The word fuck means to strike in Anglo-Saxon. And so he's literally mind fucking you. He's fucking you over the head with things that you can't argue against, but they're going to be stuck there because you don't have a pre-built defense system in place to reject them. And you're trait open. You want to accept new information and new people and new experiences. And he's going to take advantage of that by fucking these things into your brain that you don't know how to get out now. And so you're going to behave like Yuna does, right? And you're just going to apologize. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. That's what he wants from you. I would ask what you think, Swamp Rat, but the more instructive question is just, do you think? It's precisely a lobotomy, Fisi Latrine. What he was doing was literally assaulting her frontal lobe until it was her ability to critically think. The purpose of the frontal lobe was battered, smashed through, and he just cut a hole right through the front of her brain and implanted information in the back of it. Yes, it's legitimately exactly a lobotomy. That's called being trait open, Misty. You are concerned with other people's opinions. Well, have you ever talked to an aggressive proselytizer? Boom, 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 boom. I wouldn't call it a flaw, Misty. I was advocating last night for the importance of that specific thing in female leadership roles. That used to be heroic. That used to be a heroic trait among females. What's the title of this live, Harlow Blackadder? Trans women are trans women because they figure out that boys are replaceable. Women aren't. And so they feel unprepared or unable to defend themselves in a hostile world, and so they become women so a man will protect them. Hey, Richie. I don't know what that means, but hello. Misty, one day, I think about this all the time. I made him so fucking mad. I had a guy when I was in high school. One of my friends was bragging that he had to use 2 hands to jerk off, and I said, "Bro, this doesn't count." He got so fucking mad. I think about that all the time. He got so... That was savage, Misty. I am not supposed to encourage that behavior. But yes, I couldn't have said that one better. I'm laughing because I'm shook. I am not supposed to encourage that behavior. I know what happens when I encourage that behavior broadly and you guys start trying to entertain me. Shit goes bad. But that was, yeah, it was just a left hook that caught me. Oh my. Oh, thank you for that one, Misty. Oh, she's quick. She's quick. Behave. Ah, he deserved it. It had been coming for a while. Okay. I have actually timed this properly today. I'll be at just under 4 hours when noon rolls around. Whew. Man, Final Fantasy X took it out of me last night. They didn't demonetize me, Rach. I don't know if I said it while we were watching it, but I thought for sure, yes, there's an afterlife. But you owe me money now. I thought for sure they were going to demonetize me for the lake scene, and they didn't. If I was probably 15, but if I could talk to the Vincent that had just beaten that game, I would tell him that when he grows up, he's not gonna be just another boy with daddy issues. That's what I would tell him. I spent my adulthood, have spent maybe even still, just not wanting to be just another artist with daddy issues. My dad didn't love me, so now I have to be this sexual athlete, for example. I'm not black, Chester Rockwell. I don't look like any woke dude. Thank you, Misty. Not on film, Misty, not on film. Yeah. 15-year-old Vincent would be hooked to my shit. I would be his favorite thing in the whole world. Yeah, Mr. S, not Mr. S, I'm sorry, Mr. S. I didn't need to say that. I meant to say 15-year-old Vincent. 15-year-old Vincent would think it's awesome that I'm able to blend I'm able to blend Squall's jacket. I'm able to blend Squall's jacket, and Titus is always wearing a hood with Aaron's head and color scheme, like Rach. Me would think I'm the coolest fucking person alive. What's up, Greener? Take care, Ashley. Kimari? Yeah. Kimari's cool. I like Kimari. Why is his horn broken? Who did that to him is a good question. I don't know the answer, but it's a good question. Not asking how did that happen, but who is a it's a good question. I like the way you phrased it. Who has his horn? I don't think anyone has his horn. You guys bailed on me today. Yeah, me too. I keep starting to say this section of the game is really relaxing, but the whole game is just so relaxing. It's so calming, soothing. It's really maybe you can fact check my memories, Rach, but I remember of all of the Final Fantasies that we've played together, not 10, going, the world map is so soothing, so calm. The world map is so calming, but the traversing through the dungeons or the scripted areas between narrative events is tense. And I just find everything except for the cutscenes about this game so calming. Yeah, they did an amazing job of scrapping the world map and making everything the experience that you had on the world map in every game, even Final Fantasy VII. Walking around the world map is just so relaxing, soothing, calm. the colors and the textures. And then when I use the word calm, I realized before the storm, right? Final Fantasy X, calm before the storm. That the story is the storm. They've done such a good job. Just whether they meant to do that, whether they meant to do it or not, they've just done such a phenomenal job with this game. They did such a good job. Like Neeb says one point, like, it can't be easy to make a video game. Good morning, Ryuko. There is no unified story, Kyle. They're all isolated stories except for 10 and 10-2. Yeah, you remember Classico when he asked you, should I stay being a knight or should I go farm chocobos? And I told him, go farm chocobos, brother. We get to help him build a chocobo farm. Classico's so great, isn't he? I just do them in order. I like to play them in order, Kyle. From 1 to 10-2. I would like to, Rach. I've played all 10 of them now for the channel. I play them in order through 5. I usually skip 6. I like 9, and I don't like 7, and I like 8. So I like to play the ones that I actually grew up with. 1 through 5 were released in America in a weird timeline. So the first one was a release in the States, and then they released in the States the one they called 2 is actually 4, and it's really hard. And so a lot of people kind of bailed on the franchise. And then Final Fantasy 3 was released on the SNES, but that was actually 6. And then so 7 was released on the PlayStation 1 as 7 in the States. So we only got 1, 4, and 6 before 7. So they all have different mythologies and different fans. My favorite is 6. 10 is the best. 7, I think, is the worst. And then 2, I actually think is really awesome, and a lot of people don't like 2. They're all good for different things, and I like to play them in order because they build on one another as far as their systems. I'm a systems-oriented gamer, so I like to experience the evolution of the systems. I'm going to play 12 for the channel eventually, Striker, but largely to bitch about what they did to the leveling system. Good morning, Tiff. Final Fantasy 12 was my first adult disappointment. Everybody's here. The vocal warm-up section is over. I'm just sitting here doing damage to the spot that I hurt yesterday. So I'm gonna listen to music I don't know and just kind of gyrate. You're getting upset trying to figure out Discord? I'm not the guy that can help. I don't really know it or use it much. I'm a systems-oriented person, so I find it yeah, Final Fantasy 12 took a huge chunk of my time, but it no longer has replayability. Heard that, Tiff. I'm sorry, Tiff. I'm sure there are tutorials on, well, I'm sure there are tutorials in Discord. But Misty knows how to use Discord. Okay, Tiff. I kind of view Discord as a place that people are going to be tempted to send me nudes, and so it's a place that I don't engage much. I think you have to have an invite, Tiff. I think you make friends with people and they invite you to their groups. I think that's how that works. So like when my when the link is active, you can join my Discord by clicking the link. Channel. Server is what it's called. Thank you, Striker. It's dirty right now. I need to clean it, but it's too cold. I don't want it to be wet right now, so I'm just suffering through it, making me itch. Hello, addiction. I didn't feel like fielding stupid questions for the first 2 hours of the show. I just didn't feel like fielding "Why are you homeless?" for 2 hours. So that worked. The dandruff. Who's to say that I'm not on my feet, Ryuko? Oh, I absolutely dropped out of school. It's supposed to be in the 20s today. I don't know what it is outside my tent. It's comfortable in here, and that's really all I'm concerned about right now. Snow is still on the ground, so I'm guessing it's still under freezing. Sucks to suck, addiction. No, Tim, I do not. Hello, Rich Quick. Thank you for sharing. If you say so, Ryuko. He's still talking about it. I don't know how much he overcame it. Thank you, Striker. What am I jamming to? I've got a YouTube radio station based on fuck, that hurt really bad. Radiohead's Hail to the Thief right now, so it's playing a Queens of the Stone Age song I don't know. It's actually playing a bunch of music I don't know, so that I have the jams and a reason to project my voice. Because if I take these out, I'll get annoyed by the volume of my voice in my own ears, and I'll start to mumble. I'll start to lower my voice, so this gives me a reason to project. I don't know. It's called If I Had a Tail, but I don't know it. It's okay. Queens of the Stone Age are only okay. Okay, the little things. Roller coasters tend to be fun. I don't know what that means, Rich. Am I smoking on? In my hand right now is Do-Si Do. Paranoid Android is a great song. Yeah, for sure. Thank you, Rachie. Where is my mind, he asks. Where is my mind? This song is fun, but it's the only... I met the Pixies once. I've told that story every time I hear this song. Ooh, yes. I might end up singing this one. Circa Survive is so good. I might not know the lyrics. He says, I'm on the edge, I don't know where it began. Left to the toast of a dozen other men. I know where you want it. I know which way to run. Oh, I'm on the threads. I don't know how way to bend with you. Breaking Benjamin. Their stuff is too samey for me to really listen to. But they've got a couple of good singles. Maybe 5 good singles, even a few. And I can't understand why you late for someone to ride. And I won't take a chance. I would rather be on my own than with you. No way that you speak to me like nothing could ever be understood. Well, the way that you move around, slithering underground, you shake over and over. And in my eyes, you're like the song that I can never identify. And all thy life, a continuous repeat. You're like a problem I can never rectify. Anthony Green has such a nice voice. Oh, shut up, Rach. I guess every singer doesn't really like to hear their voice, right? I always, all I can hear is how I could be better. Hey, and if Humilda, I don't recognize you. I'm all right. How are you? And I can't understand why you wait for something to rot. And I don't like a chance. I won't take a chance. I would rather be on my own than with you. I understand, Tiff. Oh, hey, Nastra. What up? You did change your channel name. I see that. NF. Nuestra Familia. Humilde. What does that mean, Humilde? I read that German, not Spanish. What's up? ¿Qué pasa? Is it? Would it be grande tiempo no viejo? No viejo? No veo? No te veo? It's been a long time, yeah. My hair is long now. Longer than it appears, too. It's pretty long. I'm gonna have to start wearing a hairband to keep it out of my eyes. Karma police, arrest this man, he talks him off. And this is like a fridge, just like a digital radio. I don't know the words. Karma police, arrest this girl, her favorite Heather, are making me feel ill and wake have crashed upon it. If was what you get, this is what you get. This is what you get when you mess with us. Isn't that right, Misty? The police arriving all I can, it's not enough. Living all I can, but we're still on the payroll. This is what you get. This is what you get. I do, Beast. This is what you get when you mess with us. For a minute there, I lost myself. I lost myself. For a minute there, I lost myself. I lost myself. Oh, for a minute there, I lost myself. I lost myself. For a minute there, I lost myself. I lost myself. But yeah, I'm gonna grow my hair back out. I've worn it around my shoulders my whole life. I read that I'm eating chocobo donuts, and I was like, I want one. Now I want one. I can't have that. I can never have that. This is why girls are always so disappointed. Like, oh, I want moon biscuits. You just thought those two words together. Hey, hey, analog, what up? Let us go up another, try to get some rest from all the unborn children voices in my head. What's next? What's then? I am king. You will be fast against the wall. The opinion that is of no consequence at all. What's next? What's this? This is actually my favorite part of the song, Tiff. I like the bass solo. Somebody asked me yesterday, one of my favorite singers, "Does it make you look pretty ugly?" It's my favorite singers are the guys that can sing ugly notes and make them sound beautiful in the song. You remember? Do you remember? I don't even remember my name. That That I shouldn't said that. I don't even remember my name, and then she died. She's falling asleep. Because not every emotion is beautiful, and so singing beautifully and articulating difficult emotions is an awesome skill set. But I like the people who can articulate those emotions right on the edge of falling apart and make it sound beautiful with the full piece. But a lot of that is vocals that are added to composed music. And you're right, it does have an awesome guitar solo, and I completely block it out in favor of the bass and talking to you. Every time I block guitar solos out of my mind if they're not Kirk Hammett. Rain down, come on, rain down on me. From a great height, from a great height, rain down, come on, rain down on me. From a great height, from a great height, the picking of pigskin, the ocean, your furry man, the loathings, those wicked, Friday, the format, the Friday, the format, all loves his children, God loves his children, yeah. Here, I know it, evidently. You say so, Stoffel. About 19 months, Daniel. But I don't identify as homeless, so I don't know what Stoffel's talking about. I don't spend enough time around homeless people to know that about them. Can neither confirm nor deny. This in the morning, I keep forgetting the smell of the warm summer air. The town where you can't smell a thing. Oh, wash your feet for cracks in the pavement. Yeah, I chose this tent so that I would never ever have to wash my feet for cracks in the pavement again. Love the tough aliens hover with whole movies for the folks back home. Love the Osweirs creatures with locked up their spirits and laws in themselves, and they live for their secrets. I'm tired. 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 Lover's boy sit down on a country lane late at night when I'm driving. Take me on board their beautiful ship. Show me the world as I'd love to see it. They're normal friends, but they never believe me. They'll think that I've kindly lost it completely. I show them the stars and the meteorites. Show them the way. And I'd be alright. Alright. I'm alright. Hey, Eric. I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm tired. Oh, I'm tired. I'm tired. Oh, I'm tired. I'm tired. Oh, I'm tired. Oh, I'm tired. Oh, I'm tired. I'm tired. Wake from your sleep. You're drying all your tears today. We escape. We escape. Pack and get dressed before your father hears us, before all hell breaks loose. Breathe, keep breathing. I can't lose your nerve. Breathe, can't do this alone. Sing us a song to keep us warm. There's such a tune, such a tune. But you can laugh your spineless laugh, and all your rules and wisdom choke you now. We're one in everlasting peace. We hope that you choke, that you choke. We hope that you choke, that you choke. I hope that you choke, that you choke. Hello, Wino. There are ways to travel, so that our sorrows they get out this road. I don't know the words. Yes, of feelings, disappointed people hanging on to nothing. There's arms that so there's a boy to that's alright anyway. Yeah, I mean, you could sing it properly if I wanted to. You seem to be good, Wino. Cush, stack the bug in the ground. Let down and hanging out. I mean, you could do it properly. I guess I could sing it properly, but what point is there in singing Radiohead if you're not going to do it the way Tom does it? I'm not Tom. I know that. I let my voice crack because he's a professional and he can do that without cracking his voice, but I don't want to. I spent time on the stage, and I know that if I were performing that song while Juliet was dead in my arms and my voice cracked and I were crying, that everybody in the crowd would stand and cheer. So fuck you guys. Hysterical, let it down and hang it up. The spike a bug in the ground. Let down and hang it up. There's something else that I want to hear, but Tom York is singing over it, and I can't. Fit or happy or more productive, comfortable, not drinking too much, regular exercise at the gym 3 days a week, getting on better with your associate, employee, and employees, at ease, eating well, and more like saturated fats, a patient, better driver, a safer car, baby safely in back seat, sleeping well, no bad dreams, no paranoia, they're careful of all animals, something about not throwing something down a black hole, keeping in contact with old friends, enjoying a drink now and then, frequently checking the credit at Moral Bank, fond but not in love, fear of standing orders, hello Jar Choco, no killing moths or pouring boiling water on ants, no longer afraid of the dark. I don't know what he says there. At a better pace, slower and more calculated, no chance of escape, no self-employed, comfortable but powerless, an informed member of society, something about nihilism, will not cry in public, tires with grip and not wet, silent baby strapped in back seat, still cries at a good film, still kisses with saliva, no longer empty and frantic, like a cat tied to a stick that's driven into frozen winter shit. No longer able to laugh at weakness, calmer, fitter, happier, and more productive, in a cage on antibiotics. That's how I am, Jar Choco. How are you, buddy? I'm like a cat tied to a stick, driven into winter shit. God damn, this record is so fucking dark. Tom York's lyrics are so fucking dark if you actually listen to what he's saying. So fucking dark. Devin and I got into an argument over Radiohead once. What's the song I want to hear, H? It's killing me. It's right. I'm not going to be able to finish this until I've heard that song today. And it's killing me that I can't think of what it is. Oh, I figured it out. Thank you, Rachel. This one's for all of you. Come by, you have come far. All I had I lost in the flood. Come sit with me at progress, strength in my blood. No one here knows my name. No, I have traded my memories for things, but I remember you clearly. Do you remember that I used to sing? Do 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 do. Why have you waited so long? Do 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 do. Why have you waited so long? Come by, you have come far, long since I saw you, so how have you been? Come sit with me at the bar, long since I told you that they have found them. No one here knows my name. No, I've upped my worries for one good thing, but I remember you clearly. Do you remember that I used to sing? Do 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 do. Why have you waited so long? Do 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 do. Why have you waited so long? Do 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 do. Why have you waited so long? Do 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 do. Why Why have you waited so long? Was it because I never told you I was going away? That you waited so long? Was it because your fucking dreams meant nothing to me? That you waited so long? Bow down 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 down. It runs from the top of my fingers into my hands. What is it I have been drinking? I do not understand. I thought I lost you, my brother. I'm so glad you came. My regards to the ones that I've loved. I miss them. Tell them I love them. I miss them. This one's going to be hard because it's a cappella and it's layered, but I'm going to do my best. Thought you'd be looking for the next in line to love, then ignore, but I'm blown away. So you'd soon be leaving me alone like I'm supposed to be tonight, tomorrow, and every day. There's nothing here that you'll miss. I can guarantee you this is a cloud of smoke trying to occupy space. What a fucking joke. What a fucking joke. I waited for a bus to separate the both of us and take me all far away from you. 'Cause my feelings never change a bit. I always feel like shit. I don't know why. I guess that I just do. You once talked to me about love, and you painted pictures of a never land. And I could have gone to that place, but I didn't understand. I didn't understand. I didn't understand. I haven't laughed this hard in a long time. I better stop now before I start crying. Go off to sleep in the sunshine. I don't wanna see the day when it's dying. She's a sight to see, and she was good to me. But I'm already somebody's baby. She's a pretty thing, and she knows everything. But I'm already somebody's baby. You don't deserve to be lonely. And those drugs you got won't make you feel better. Pretty soon you'll find it's the only little part of your life you're keeping together. Shimmer wants to you, and I can make it through. But you're already somebody's baby. I could make you smile if you stayed a while. But how long will you stay with me, darling? What this is, witchy bitch, is a note that makes my nose hurt, so I know I'm hitting it at volume and in tune. Cause your candle burns too bright. I almost forgot it was twilight. Even if I think that you're alright, I'm tired of being down, I got no fight. You're wonderful and you're beautiful, but I'm already somebody's baby. If I went with you, I'd disappoint you too. So I'm already somebody's baby. Already somebody's baby. Her name is Eos. Because you're going to say something hurtful and stupid, Mama Zoot, and I want you to know where the boundary lies. It lies right here. You know what's bothersome to me? Holding that for long periods of time no longer strains my forearm, my wrist, or the back of my hand. That's how often I do this to YouTube. I will sit here for minutes at a time for so long, I've built up the muscles in my fucking arm. And this is how I feel about it. Rachel said that about this time last year I was sitting on this. I was sitting right here, and I was sitting in much this same spot last year. And I was telling you how disgusted I was with you and how full of hate you leave me. I hadn't changed. I just express it differently. I have no problem with YouTube. I don't like you, Jesse. Mama Zoot's just gonna keep fucking talking. Do you think you're on this side of the camera, Mama Zoot, or that I have to read because you put a lot of text on the screen? You asked a stupid question, and I answered it, honestly. And now you're gonna act like a stupid person about it. No, you really cared. You cared to the tune of about 50 characters. Not characters, words. Oh, here we go, Jesse. Oh, here we go. Jesse's inner feelings. Wow, yeah, I don't like you based on your first impression. No, Misty, they're not bothering me. I was standing at the edge, drink in my hand. Actually, I'm going to start this song over because it's about you guys. Ozzy Osbourne, All My Life. Was standing on the edge, looking down on myself as a child. They look back at me, crying tears of defeat in his eyes. That I know all the lies that you hide behind every fake smile. Am I gonna be lonely like you for all my life? I've been living in yesterday all my life. That is just so says a lie. Standing on the edge, looking down at the smoke in my hand. They look back at me, saying, "How has it been? Have you been?" So how in the hell have you been? Was dark as in drugs, lying all of my thoughts through the quicksand. Now you're darkening my thirst, well, I'm not running like all my life. I've been living in yesterday all my life. And that is just gonna change today. I think he's saying that's not gonna change today. My life. And this isn't Zach Wilde. Heaven can take me, but no one can save me from hell again. Never release me, I'm knocking the road again. All my life, I've been living in yesterday all my life, and that's not gonna change today. I'll figure it out. All my life. I wonder if it'll play the other. Hey, Daniel, thank you, buddy. Turns out I might be in the mood for heavier music now. You guys might have upset me, and so now I might be needing to purge that before we move on. How are you doing, Daniel? You caught me right as I was pulling down my screen. You honor me with your presence every time. Why can't they call me Shaggy, Mason? Well, Dan is not a rube. I know that's not true. That he's a rube is not true. Bum, bum, ba-da. Thank you, iFunny, I swear. Hey! I'm your life. I'm the one who took you there. Hey! I'm your light. I'm the one who cares. Hey! They betray. I'm your only true friend now. Hey! They betray. I'm forever there. I'm your dream. Make you real. I'm your eye when you must steal. I'm your pain that you can't heal. Side patrol. I'm your dream, mind astray. I'm your right while you're away. I'm your pain that you repay. You know it's sad but true. I changed the words. Sad but true. Because the song is yelled, Broward. Got to sing over the guitars, man. It would. Okay, I'll show you what it would sound like if I didn't distort my voice. Yo. You're my mask, you're my cover, my shelter. You're my mask, you're the one who's blamed. You do my work, do my dirty work, scapegoat. Do my deeds, for you're the one who's blamed. I'm your dream, make you real. I'm your eye when you must deal. I'm your pain when you can't feel. Sad but true. I'm your dream, mind astray. I'm your eyes while you're away. I'm your pain that you repay. You know it's sad but true. Sad but true. Who says I'm not achieving my dreams right now, John? You fell asleep like an idiot, and then I woke you awake. Maybe that's why I'm yelling. I'm actually not at even anywhere close to my highest volume. I'm not even louder than my talking volume. Get you a coffee, Tiffy. Proof of concept. I'm your dream. I'm your eyes. I'm your pain. I'm your dream. I'm your eyes. I'm your pain. You know it's sad but true. I can't hit that note, it turns out, not without taking a break or a breath into it. I can't slide all the way up to it without cracking above it. I don't like drinking coffee for the texture, Misty. I have to put cream in it. I'm your hate when you want love. Pay the price. Pay for nothing's fair. Hey, I'm your life. I'm the one who takes you there. Hey, I'm your life and I no longer care. I'm your dream, make you real. I'm your eyes when you must deal. I'm your pain when you must feel. Sad but true. I'm your truth, telling lies. I'm your easy alibis. I'm inside, open your eyes. I'm your sad but true. Whoever is bitching about being timed out up there, you got timed out and not muted, so you must have said something that I knew was probably a compliment, but also pissed me off. So I probably only read the first few words, because first impressions and I'm busy. Good luck with what, boo-boo? Hey, are you the boo-boo that I worked with in Dayton in 2005, circa? You taught me a lot about being an adult man. Oh, I'll mute people for complimenting me, Misty. I'll turn people off forever for complimenting me. Not here for your approval, and I'm most certainly not here for your coaching. I'm singing through a sore throat right now. I just got sick of the people that people were saying. Correct, Tiff. No, I'm just temperamental. It's hard to predict when I'm going to mute you for fucking complimenting me. Love, but I'm not here for coaching. I'm here to make money. Well, you also dropped a block of text like that while I was singing, so I probably just turned it off so it didn't distract me from what I was doing. Far from peace, 'cause I've been away too long. Leaving you behind is my lonesome song. Now I'm lost in oblivion. Okay, that was me ironically telling you that all no, I've missed out on you. Just saying. You make me feel better with $5. Love, bright eyes fading faster, then starts falling. How? Like, would you give vocal coaching techniques like shit to James at a concert? Tell you I'm far from base, 'cause I've been away too long. Leaving you behind is my lonesome song. Now I'm lost and far from peace, 'cause I've been away too long. Leaving you behind is my lonesome song. Now I'm lost in oblivion. Sometimes I just want to sing. And I don't really care if you like how I'm doing it, because sometimes I've never sung in that voice before, like that one. I've never sung like that before. Misty, you have a shield and don't offer me stuff. You have never said anything to me, Misty, that has annoyed me. It has never crossed my mind to turn you off. Never once crossed my mind to turn you off. In fact, I elevated you before you would tip me, because I trusted you to help me curate my chat in a healthy manner. And because Rachel trusts you. This has been going so well that I don't even know what time it is. I haven't been watching the time, and that's the point. I noticed that I was watching the time and that the chat was getting on my nerves, so I put on more aggressive, faster-paced music, and so now I'm going to start feeling like, all right, it's time to get out of the tent because Pizza Cottage is open. And because of everybody's favorite Dan Momo, I can afford lunch without... Tiff, you did not have to do that, but thank you so much. And now we can say because of Tiff as well. Tiff, you did not have to do that. Where are you at, girl? Stand still. Don't move. Don't do that again. Thank you, Misty. In large part because of Misty's contributions. This stream, if you've enjoyed it, is produced by Rachel, who is Emanon143, and Mr. S, also known as Quaz. And Blair, don't tell me what to do, actually, but I don't feel like singing this song anymore. I just kind of want to miss Brent Hines in my own way. In oblivion. That was such a fucking great show, both of them. But man, when they played Crack the Sky front to back. I was the only person in the show who knew the record, and I was, oh my God. I hear that record and I'm right back there in the orange peel. Every time I hear it, I'm just right there. I used to go for long walks and trip acid. go for like 2 hour, 3 hour walks. And one of the things that I would listen to is I would listen to Oblivion all the way through, and I would be walking, but in my cognitive headscape, I was back in that fucking vintage. It was that back at that show. I like this one too. This isn't from Ozzy's most recent record, but his previous, the one before that. Not Patient number 9, the one before that. It's really good. Today I woke up and I hate myself. Death doesn't answer when I cry for help. Those out there save me from the depths of hell. I signed up better than someone else. Don't take care of me, be scared of me. My misery owes me. I don't wanna be my misery, my enemy. My misery owns me now. Out of the graveyard, we're all rotten bones. Oh, under the new world, can't take it when you go. Oh. That's what the guitar is doing. I ain't living this lie no more. I ain't living this lie no more. Oh. Out of the graveyard, we all die alone. No, not really, Tiff. See clear. Not simple days from anything I fear. Ashes to ashes, let me disappear. I'm thirsty on because the end is near. Don't take care of me, be scared of me. My misery owes me. I don't wanna be my enemy. My misery owns me now. Under the graveyard, we all rotten bones. Under the viewer, can't take it when you go. I ain't living this lie no more. I ain't living this lie no more. Let's go to the graveyard. We all die alone. That's cool that you know this record, Pelican. You're saying it correctly, Misty. Yes, they've been using low doses of psychedelics to treat PTSD. It's effective. Very effective. It's effective, Tiff. Under the graveyard, we're all rotten bones. Everything you are, can't take it when you go. Living this lie no more. I ain't living this lie no more. losing my voice. Get all right and loud. Loud. That's high for me. I have to distort that or I'll lose it up into my nose from here out. His voice is high to me anyway. But it's good practice. I moved past the warm-up into the practicing stage. The performance is already over. I'm just practicing now. So cracks and breaks, imperfections, not knowing the words. I'm not performing songs that I know all the way, like that I know well enough to perform. The performance was songs like, I don't know, the one Rach requested. What's up? Hillside Outdoors. Legitimately, I'm trying to make about $6 more in cash. And then I'm trying to make about $100 in cash, so. No one leaves and no one will. No less more never seems to change. Just labeled mentally deranged. Say the same thing every night. Streets of freedom in my sight. Unlock doors on Windows bar, just things to make my brain seem scarred. Sleep, my friend, and you will see this dream is my reality. They keep him locked up in this cage. Can't you see that's why my brain says rage? Sanitarium. Leave me be. Sanitarium. Just leave me alone. Probably Dale Pantera is how you say that. Or Del Pantera. Probably there'll be the De La Pantera. Cats seem to be feminine, I think. No looks further, what's out there? Cannot breathe the open air. Sounds throw things into my brain, assuring me that I'm insane. Drink our hands are in their pants. Violent use brings violent plans. Gave me a bite and makes him well. He's getting better, can't you tell? No mark door and you keep this in. Listen, damn it, we will win. Say it right, they say it well, but the Kate they saves us from our hell. Sanitarium. Leave me be. Sanitarium. Just leave me alone. Sanitarium. Just leave me alone. Can you guys not hear? Hey, Bathy. Fear of living on. Rudy is getting restless now. Here in the air. Got some death to do. Fader been back's hard. Guilt is just a friendly word. Seems the only way for reaching out again. Yes, Misty. Good job, Tiff. I'm proud of you, girl. I was really kind of hoping, Misty, that you were going to misspell your respelling of hell. So it went, hello, hello, heli, hele, fuck. I'm praying. I was legitimately praying for a second there, like misspell it, misspell it, misspell it. Damn it. I'm sure we've all done it. It's just one of my, I love that. When I'm talking to somebody, or especially when I'm not talking to somebody, and I do the, who the fuck is texting me? And I look, and then I get the correction, 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 fuck, correction, correct, fuck. You're struggle on the, you're riding the struggle bus right now. I'm not going to pretend that's not one of my very favorite things about the future. It's like I'm just imagining Rachel right now thinking that's like somebody typing 142, 144, 141, 145, 4517. Or 5417. I love the struggle bus. That's one of my very favorite millennial terms. Struggle bus was one of the first meme terms I ever learned, and I think it's hilarious. Because when you get on the struggle bus, you get off when the bus is at the next stop. Like, you get off when the next person gets on. Like, you better fucking be ready. Because you might be on the struggle bus all fucking day. Once you get started, I mean, like Tiff. Tiff was on the sleepy bus. I kind of don't like this song, but I also just kind of like to do the chorus, so I'm gonna do the chorus. I don't know the verses. I don't even know how it goes. But he does fun notes like woods. That damn sleepy bus. Feel good. He's the one that makes you feel alright. He's the one they call Dr. Feel Good. You guys know that this became death metal, right? And black metal, right? That if you just do the death metal distortion on this, hair metal it's death metal and black metal. You know that, specifically black metal. But you know that, right? Have you ever thought about this? He's the one you call Dr. Feel Good. He's the one that makes you feel alright. He's the one that call Dr. Feel Good. He's gonna be your Frankenstein. This is just black metal waiting to happen. Dr. Feel Good. Dr. Feel Good. I'd like to be the bassist in a band like this, where I just get to make noises like that into the mic. Like Kiss, Gene Simmons legitimately is one of my like heroes, not for the Kiss thing, but for the making dumb faces while he's playing his bass. Fuck yeah. I'm not going to make any of them right now because you're all anticipating that I'm going to. But when I'm walking down the road and I'm playing air guitar and I see an old woman in the passenger seat has been watching me for a real long time, I like to hang my tongue out at her because I know she knows what that means. And they all go... Everyone's screenshot ready. I know. You're not getting me, you motherfuckers. I know how the internet works. My PDA is triggering really hard too about it. No. I'm not going to tell 5 women how long my tongue is. You've all got your fucking rulers out. You're like, all right. His head is about this big, proportion. Okay, that means I know how you work. You've all been trying to get me to give you a straight up shot of my forearm the whole time. This is kind of a kick-ass song. Look, my material lands with its audience. I know, I know who I'm talking to out there. Dr. Feelgood, Feelgood. Ow! That would be fun to do into a microphone. Shaggy comes from Shaggy Dog storytelling, Misty. Shaggy Dog storytelling is an ancient, but it is an old tradition. I don't know how old it is. I find it in old stories, like the Princess from Serendip is a Shaggy Dog story of by any name. But Shaggy Dog storytelling is specifically, when you hit that name, it's specifically what we called it in the American West. So if you know who Mark Twain is, he used to do a bunch of Shaggy Dog stories. But specifically that name in the American West during the 49er days, right? There would be people who would just hang out in bars all day, and they would eat and they would drink and they would pay for their accommodations within the tavern, the inn upstairs, by telling stories. But the stories were always it was a joke. Everybody in the bar was in on it. Everybody knew what was going on. And so the guy, basically the way it would work is the way it works with you guys. Someone would come over to him and buy him a drink, like when you give me $5 or hit me with a super chat, right? They come over and give him a drink, and they'd be like, hey, tell that story about that dog, your favorite dog. Tell that dog story. He would take a real long time to wind up, because as he would get going, people would start to interject. Oh, I know that guy. So it would go something like, okay, yeah. Does any of you guys know Gold Star Jim? Does any of you guys know Gold Star Jim? And then you start to tell them stories about who Gold Star Jim was, right? And you're like, Gold Star Jim was the tallest guy in the town forever, and we called him Gold Star Jim because he always wore a plastic sheriff's badge everywhere he went, but it just said his name. Nobody actually thought he worked for the sheriffs. He was a weird guy. And then you tell a few non sequitur stories about Jim, and then somebody else's name comes up, so you'd be like, oh yeah, Jim had this dog breeding thing, right? And he had this friend, right? And so his friend had all these dogs, and he was and then that starts to hook people to think that you're going to tell your dog story. And then you tell a story about that guy, and by this time people are feeding you drinks because they're talking to you, and every time they engage with you, they have to feed you a drink, or they got to bring you a pizza, like a slice of pizza or whatever, right? Buy you lunch. Just drop a couple of bucks down on the counter to keep you talking, right? And then anyway, by the joke of the Shaggy Dog story is that by the time he starts to tell the story, he's so sauced, he passes out before the end. That's the joke. And so that's why these always leave with me being like, all right, bye, I'm leaving now. And it always feels kind of DB Cooper, like I've taken the money. Am I coming back? It's a meta joke. It's a storytelling tradition that goes all the way back to caves and figuring out how to make fire by rubbing sticks together, which didn't happen. Hey, Rachy Rach, give me a second. I got to step away. I'm not going to act like I wasn't wondering why you didn't react to me talking about sticking my tongue out. I, in fact, did not stick out my tongue, so you did not miss it, Rachel. I was just talking about it, and then I said I wasn't going to do it because you pervs would want to see it, and you'd start pulling your fucking rulers out. I must really like you. I just recapped a joke. I don't do that shit. Dodge, buddy, I can't click those. When you, green Dodge, pal, when you fucking do that, when you send me those links in my comments, I can't click those links, pal. Can you give me just like a notion, Rach? I love this fucking song. I don't really like Lemmy's band. Notion, yeah. Oh, that's not what I meant. I meant as to the direction that we're trending right now, woman. Trying to be subtle. I heard you, Misty. Remember what we talked about. Get it done. Okay. I do not think that. If you have to ask the question, you're a danger to yourself and others. I don't know what that means, Eddie Mologic. What did I title this live? Every time I ask that, nobody answers. People say, hey, what's today's live about? And I go, what's the title? And then they leave. Or they say something negative. I sit down and do my own thing until you guys gather. I just follow the money, you know? But the duet between Lemmy and Ozzy for Hellraiser, that's an awesome duet. Ownership is secondary to stewardship. That's what I was thinking about on my way in here. I saw a guy came through my chat the other day, and I'm not being negatively critical of them, but they asked me what I thought of the phrase, you will own nothing. And I saw a guy made a short that had that across the screen, and so I clicked it, and he was bitching about a video game that nobody played, having its servers turned off, devaluing the price, the value, devaluing the disc for collectors. At no stage along what I just described to you did the consumer, the person holding the disc, own Anthem, for example. Idiot. So the ownership of the disc for Anthem in this example is secondary to the stewardship of BioWare to make sure that they keep the servers on so your disc remains and retains its, even grows its value. Idiots. You don't buy a car and then stick it in a garage that you don't maintain so that it just falls all to shit in the interim, and then take it out and roll it out and be like, look, I've got a 50-year-old car. It has appreciated 50 years worth of value. No, you buy the car and then you steward it until it has more value. Thank you, Tiff. But that only took me 2 minutes. I don't look anything like Johnny Knoxville. First of all, I'm significantly more good looking. Johnny Knoxville looks like he was stung by bees on his eyelids. So if you were trying to make a friend, you have failed, sir. You have to be at least as clever as I am to ride this bus. If you have a dick, pretty much just have to be equipped with tits and not annoying if you don't have a dick. Sorry, the bar is very low. And whether I'm joking or not is for you to decide. Art, as I recently have been informed, every interpretation of art is valid. Misty is just always looking for reasons for me to kick her out of the team. Misty's just like, oh, thank God I'm clever. My tits could fall off, but I'm still on the team. I'm aware, Tom. I am aware of when I mute you. When I do this, and then I go quiet, it's because I've muted myself. Not everything is for you who are not on the believer tier of my Patreon. Some of these shows are for real people. I know none of you likes to think this way, but every single one of you that doesn't have a shield on it could very easily be an AI generated personality. Like those of you who come in and just say and repeat the same memes, like that everyone on the internet looks like a serial killer, that's probably an AI. And if it's not, by his own term, by his own use of the term, they are an NPC. They're a non-performing character. Huh! Thomas, you are almost certainly an NPC, however. Almost certain. You're 100% an NPC, Thomas. If you have to insist that you're real and that you're not an NPC, you're an NPC. Like that's what the what do they call it? That's what the sus would say, or the one among us would say. I didn't play that game. I'm sure I can, official brutal impact. Be careful what you wish. Be careful what you say. Be careful what you wish. You may regret it. Careful what you wish. You just might get it. But then it'll all come crashing down, and you'll break your crown, and you'll point the finger, but there's no one around. Just want one thing. Thank you, Brutal Impact. But the castle crumbles, and you're left with just your name. Where's your crown, King Nothing? No, you're just nothing. Where's your crown, King Nothing? No, you're just nothing. Absolutely nothing. Off to Never Never Land. Mysticism in the form of a rap song? You don't have to apologize, Rachie, but thank you for letting me know. What do you think rap is, strictly speaking, if we were to break it down to its component parts? Seven Weld Seven. If I were to say to you that hip hop and rap in general are spoken word poetry interspersed with choral choruses, would you disagree with me? I know that you're being post-ironic. No, I don't like hip hop. I don't listen to jazz. I'm trying to take Seven Weld because he asked a good question whether he knows it or not. He said something interesting whether he knows it or not. I mostly listen to metal. I have Shout at the Devil in my ears right now. Shout at the devil. And I just did a spoken word version of King Nothing by Metallica, which is why I'm willing to engage on this. I know it wasn't a jab. Yes, I was doing a spoken word version of a lyrical song, Seven Weld. So let's just, if you were making an observation, let me just take this opportunity to do a teaching moment. I don't know how old you are or how versed you are in music, but let's just do a thing. I've noticed a thing that I want to talk about on the internet. I'm actually going to take these out of my ears. They're starting to hurt. That means that the show is very much almost over. I am almost prepared to go and get something to eat. So let me work with you just here a little bit. It doesn't have anything to do with you, Seven Weld. It has everything to do with, I want to talk about this anyway. I have noticed that just in the popular culture, just broadly, like the 80-20, whatever, broadly, people don't know that there are two kinds of music. Music is the instruments. There are two words for music, but they matter. Music is the instruments, okay? Music is the instrumental composition and the weaving of the component instruments and their parts into a piece, a composition of music. So an instrumental is not a song. It is a piece of music, okay? And instrumentals are music even after you add lyrics. Lyrics make a piece of music, a movement, a composition. They make it a song. A song is lyrics sung. That's what the song is. Song is singing. Okay? So you can have music, must have music, separate from the singing in order to have a song. That's right. Singers, songwriters are they're composers in their own right because of the instrument that they're carrying. You understand? They'll oftentimes have a band associated with them to play the music they've composed. That tends to be what bands are. They tend to be a core singer-songwriter or a core songwriter paying people to perform the music that he, she have written. Okay, so hip-hop is
if hip hop is spoken word poetry interspersed with choral choruses, choral meaning oftentimes women, but usually group harmonies, like you would find at a church. I have been studying this since I was a little boy. I've been trying to figure this out. And I noticed something. That setup, the spoken word poetry, the choral chorus, spoken word poetry, in a narrative style, is a Greek play. That is a Greek play. And so if you, Seven Weld, if we were to sit together, you and I, and read Hesiod, who wrote, I don't have it anymore, or I would. I used to keep a copy of Hesiod with me. His Theogony is a poem that he freestyled that then became performed to music with choral interspersions to explain to you what exactly was going on with repetition. So when you say a mystical experience through hip hop lyrics, the hip hop experience is actually representing the mystical experiences of the near and very ancient past. Thank you, Daniel. Yeah, there are elements of music. What I struggle with hip hop is the lyrical content. Hello, Leslie, because it's all lyrics. I'm not dismissing hip hop. A lot of people ask me why I don't like hip hop, but you asked a question that allowed me, or you made an observation rather, that allowed me to talk about something real. And the reason that I say that hip hop lacks artistic merit is because the style that they're using used to be religious. It used to be reserved for religious expressions. And so if you're going to make your religion about poverty, gang sex, and gang violence, that's a pretty fucked up religion, frankly. It's going to be difficult to proselytize in a real way. But if you look around at white America, I don't know how many N-bombs you hear a day, but when I go and I sit in places where you hear hip hop, hear a lot of white people dropping that N-bomb to one another. Hey, Les, what's up? I'm doing all right today. Feeling good. Heck yeah. Feeling good, feeling great. Looking good, looking great. Ready to dominate the day. Make it my underling. That's a lot of S's. Are you Swedish? I don't know whether you're selling meatballs or bullshit. Holy Spirit loves all the females and all the angels and asks God to save yous and his wills by his graces. The Hergen, Bergen, Bergen, Bergen. This is probably why it took Sweden so long to become Christian. Who the fuck could take you seriously if you sounded like that? Oh, fuck me. That hurts. Thanks. Okay. Oh. Oh. Ow. Oh. Hey. That's good. Good pain. I have 7 weld. Don't tell me what to do. We're not really talking about hip hop. We're talking about spoken word poetry. Because the thing that I'm still responding to is you saying mysticism and hip hop, and I said that we can find common ground in the spoken word nature of the poetry. We're not really talking about hip hop. I'm saying that if you replace hip hop in your sentence, mysticism by way of spoken word poetry, you'd have nailed it on the head. You'd get an A+ for the day. Hey, you too, Dan. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Full of joy, merriment, for sure. It's going to be a good day. I can already tell. I've already made it through the hardest part of the day without losing my temper. So we're already a train full of steam. Thank you, buddy. And going to be full of food here in a minute. Thank you. You like that, Les? I decided to talk myself into doing a Swedish character. Anybody who knows Final Fantasy IX, I made the Burmesians Swedish because Burma, I think, or the word berm is a Scandinavian word, I think, for a kind of wall. I think berm is a word, B-U-R-M. And so Burmesia, I was like, what if they're Swedish? And so Freya is Swedish. And so I developed this fake Swedish accent for the channel for Final Fantasy IX that I think is delightful and I should bring out and practice from time to time. Like maybe when we play Final Fantasy Tactics, one of the nobles is Swedish or something. Swedish gotcha. Heard that. I don't actually know the Swedish chef. I don't know. I actually didn't know. I went real quick and I asked Gemini. I was like, "Hey, if I do a kind of silly Swedish accent, am I going to be racist against anybody?" And she's like, everybody in Europe does that voice." And I'm like, "Okay, but is that what Swedish people actually sound like? And are they sensitive to it?" And she goes, "Yeah." On both accounts. So, sorry, Sweden. Take care, Seven Weld. If you say so, Panda. William, holy shit, I thought you died. Legitimately. How are you, dude? I am both sorry for the 18 weeks of utter misery that your team put you through last season, but also super fucking stoked about Mendoza. Isn't that his name? Fernando Mendoza? I am fucking stoked for you for this season. You guys have a future. A legitimate future if you get that quarterback. And you're going to have the biggest fucking fan base. You're going to be America's real team. The Raiders are going to be the real America's team inside the next 3 years. He is bringing millions of new fans to the NFL. The number is in the millions. I've seen the analytics. For anybody who thinks I'm hyperbolizing, millions of new watchers to the NFL. It's so good to see you too, buddy. How did your transition from your previous job go? I've been praying for you, man. How are things? How is the kid? How are you? How's work? Every time I see anybody talk about the Raiders, I pop off a little prayer that you're well. And that's fucking every day now. Shit, man. I'm not hyperbolizing. I legitimately mean that you're going to see fucking Raiders fans everywhere. It's going to be like the 90s with Cowboys fans. Raiders fans are going to be everywhere. And they might get good fast. Because once you got the quarterback, Troy Aikman, all Troy Aikman needed was a Hall of Fame wide receiver, a Hall of Fame running back, and Hall of Fame offensive lineman, and they won 3 Super Bowls, wasn't it? Isn't that what they did? I know didn't they play in 3? I hope so, Will. I do a lot of singing now. You don't have to love that. But I always need my football friends because I don't have a lot of reasons to check in. Your kid's turned 16. He's getting so big. I love that. He's good. He's doing well. He's healthy, taking care of himself, all that. Doing well in school. Well enough by, what you and he want for his future. Every day I keep the camera rolling after I'm done performing, and God blesses my life in different ways. Every day. You don't have to believe it. You don't have to like the testimony. I'm not talking to William anymore. You, the future audience, the passerby, you don't have to like it. But every day I leave this camera rolling after I'm done, when I need to just be like, done. And when I would have just clicked done, been done, gone up to get eat, and then just sat and done nothing, and just instead I've been doing my nothing with the camera rolling here first. And my life has been blessed by this every day that I've done it. Yeah. You have been a present thought in my mind, William. I am so glad you're okay. And that's Rachel. She says that she's good to see you again, buddy. Good. That's all that matters to me, is that you're good. Oh. Yeah, I'm in a really good place. I was able to replace my tent last Monday to get a bigger tent so I can shoot for longer here in the tent and be comfortable. So yeah, my life is just looking up. That's so great. Oh, I just have so much affection, just such great love for all of you, really, but for so many people, so many of you. I was on the verge of being worried. Quay Walker? I don't know the name, so I'll keep an eye out. Respect just for kicks. Heard that, buddy. I'm stoked for your Raiders. I don't know what they did other than the Max Crosby stuff. I know they brought in a bunch of guys I don't know the specifics. You got that Linderbaum, right? Maybe that wasn't you guys. I know that the Raiders spent a whole ton of money, and they had the Max Crosby stuff. I'm sure you're emotional about the Max Crosby stuff. I'm sure you're glad to have him back. And I'm sure if the if the Cowboys want to give you 2 firsts for him, you'll root for him on the Cowboys, and you'll happily be rooting for those first round picks when they get selected. I'm not on a boat, no Red Sox. That's not a bad hypothesis. I'm in a tent, Red Sox. I'm at the lounge portion of today's show. I've done my work. I'm ready to lounge a little bit. Let my hips and my back relax before I go and bolt up, sit in that fucking booth for the next 6 hours. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for everything. The whole thing with Max Crosby was insane. Yeah, and from my perspective, it was just kind of funny. Jazz, Sports Jazz, if you remember him, he came around wanting to talk about it, and I was like, "You're gonna have to tell me everything, buddy." Yeah, he's a Raider. He's a Raider. He's a Raider by temperament. They should have never let it get to the place where they were accepting calls, and so I'm glad he went right back to work, because my concern was that he'd let himself get out of shape. But he went right back to work next day. Good for him. I was concerned that he had fallen back on old habits, you know? If that's how you feel, Chad. I'm yawning because my blood pressure is low. That's also why I'm lying on my side. I'm not yawning from inactivity or boredom. Nothing like that. I've been focusing on this screen for 4 hours. And I wanna see a nice round 4 right there. It's gonna be about what, 2 o'clock? Yeah. Today's Final Fantasy X stream is gonna be a little bit longer than yesterday's. But I kinda cheated you out of an hour of it by sitting here and doing this for over long. Millions. I saw an estimate that he already has 5 million people buying his merch. I saw just TV ratings that he was when he was in school, he was actually competing with professional soccer in Mexico. The Mississippi State or wherever he went, that he was doing Telemundo numbers. Like, he's got leverage. Let's put it that way. He's gonna get paid, and he's a good kid. I like him too. He's cool, he's competitive, and he's tough as nails. His game and his energy. And he's tough as nails. Took an absolute ass kicking throughout this playoffs, because the opposing teams decided that they would lose on penalties. They would lose on penalties because they didn't think he was tough enough to sit through it. And so they legitimately headhunted him throughout the playoffs, and he won. Fucking A. That's a Super Bowl. I mean, not a Super Bowl. That's an NFL quarterback. Tough. Oh yeah. That's an NFL quarterback. That's a guy that just on his college tape, people will rally around. Absolutely. And offensive linemen love playing for dudes like that. TB12 loves him. Yeah. The Raiders are going to get good because when you've got a great quarterback, I mean, you remember Rich Gannon, you remember the years that the Raiders were competitive. You know their names better than I do. When you've got a great quarterback, there's legitimate urgency to win and win now and win often. That's why the Bengals remain the most anomalous team in football. They always have a good quarterback. Spytek is a good GM. Yeah. Last year was a disaster, but it was not an organizational disaster for the first time in your history and my memory of your team's history. That wasn't an organizational disaster. That was they asked fucking Pete Carroll to organize the deck chairs on the Titanic, and he let the fucking thing sink. Well, Tyler, maybe you keep saying things that I don't want to hear. And so maybe whether they need to hear it or I need to hear it is irrelevant if I don't want to hear it. Yeah, I don't know what the hell. Gino made me look like a fucking idiot last year. And sorry if this voice is distracting. William, I'm doing a new character called Trevor. But yeah, I don't know. Gino made me look like an idiot. I thought that he was going to hold down the fort, and he became, I don't know what the hell happened there. To the Jets. I don't know how. I don't know how. Nobody in the organization except for the owner is held over from the Jets. The Jets are terrible. And the Dolphins might be mediocre, but Malik Willis seems stoked to be a Dolphin, and the head coach and general manager seems stoked to have him. They better draft somebody in the second round, though. I know they got that kid, but it's too small. That's what I was thinking. Not so much why did Gino, a job in the NFL is a job in the NFL. Why did the Jets send capital for him? Yeah. The Jets don't have an offensive line. So if he becomes the same guy, maybe they want the first overall pick. Legit, maybe they're trying to get, what's his name? Manning. How did I forget Arch Manning's name? Yeah, I like your new head coach. I can't remember his name, but you got a good one. I can't think of who it is right now, but you got a good one. I watched the Super Bowl, and then I went hard. I went straight into working. Kubiak. Thank you. Yeah. Clint Kubiak. Yeah. He won the Super Bowl last year. Yeah. That offense was fire with the Seahawks last year. Thank you for the reminder. Yeah. The Seahawks were my favorite team to watch last year. But you remember me talking about that in the summer. I was saying that the Seahawks were going to be the team I was watching. Because I've been saying since he went to the Vikings, legit, that Darnold had what it takes to win. Yeah. I feel good about that one. I don't know yet who's going to be good this year, but I knew last year the Seahawks were going to be so good. I don't think they're going to be as good this year. I don't know who their OC is, but Kubiak was the Kubiak plus the defense plus the coach Mike McDonald. I get all of that, but it was the secret sauce between Kubiak and Darnold. And not having K9, they're not going to be as good. So I'm not a fan of the Seahawks for anybody who doesn't know me. I could smell that one. You could smell that one cooking from a mile away. I could. That's going to be a great team. Yeah, it's great to see you too, buddy. Yeah, the latter part of the morning going into noon, I've been having some really great conversations. I'm really glad to have caught you when I was done. That's not true, Venger. When I was done singing and trying to make a point. I could catch you for those old fountain hangs that we used to do last summer. Yeah, buddy. Yeah. Now that I've crossed over the 4-hour mark, I am gonna be getting out of here pretty soon. I'm starting to get ready for it, get anxious for it, but I'm not leaving yet. I just like to be honest about where I'm at because you can't sense my body language from where you guys are positioned. But football's not all woke. I don't agree with that, Venture. Woke is a very specific urban black cultural movement. Okay, pal. I love that, William. I love that. The NFL is multicultural, but it's not specifically woke. Woke is a specific thing. And Colin Kaepernick wasn't woke to begin with. Colin Kaepernick was a different police situation. It was a different police brutality situation that he was protesting. Colin Kaepernick was long. He was a long ago bad memory to the NFL by 2020. 2019, even 2018, if you want to stretch woke back that far. But woke as an out of the sort of esoteric cult circles that it had existed in before that's a dateable event to that guy, the George guy. That's woke. That's the pimple popping and them coming out into public. Colin Kaepernick was years before that. Colin Kaepernick was like 2015, 2013, something like that. Years. There are years. And the years separating them matters because Colin Kaepernick wasn't representing the woke worldview. He was specifically protesting police brutality. Thank you, William. He was specifically protesting police brutality in a specific teacher's way. And that specific teacher is a Black Panther, not woke. 8 months long? Yeah, mine too, I think. I think I started growing mine in September or August. I started growing it with the football season. With the wind, with the cold up here. Yeah. I'll probably end up shaving it come summer, but I'm being paid right now to keep it long, so I'll keep it long. For sure. Alien encounter. Oh, there she is. She needs to start paying up a little bit better. But you know, extenuating circumstances. It's going to be a great day, William. It's going to be a great day. With any luck, we're going to get to the final plot twist before the game fully opens up and we can go and start to do things like side quest. So good seeing you too, buddy. I might, Rach. It's been great getting to hang with you, William. We'll 100% be rooting for your Raiders again this season. Hopefully my life is a little less chaotic once the football season starts and we can actually sit and enjoy games together in whatever capacity I have. Not necessarily to shit. I'll be back on before 3 p.m. probably. I'll be playing Final Fantasy X though. We're doing a deep dive into that game. And Rach, while I've got you here, that scene that we ended up watched twice. Hey, Misty. That scene that we ended up watching twice, the more I think about that, the more I think that was a synchronicity. Because I wasn't going to comment on it. I wouldn't have commented on it. And so you wouldn't have had a reason to edit out that I had commented on it for me to build out the thoughts that I built out because we watched it a second time. I would have never got there. We would have never got there to that conversation. And that was the whole conversation, that little bit that we had because we watched that scene twice. That was the whole reason that I gave you Trevor, so we could get through what seems tedious. Just get through it by making fun of it with this silly voice. And then, boom, this world is way too complex to make fun of during cutscenes and to stop, right? Like I was watching this guy, he made a short and it was what it's like to watch something with a friend. And he sits down to watch Star Wars with a guy. And he's doing things like every time a character speaks, he's mouthing the quote, or whenever an interesting thing happens on camera, they turn and he looks real close at the other guy. And it's like, yeah, they're watching it, they're sharing it with you. They're not watching it with you. I would like to share this movie with you. And so on some level, I'm sharing Final Fantasy X with you. But I know that breaking in to talk about this scene that you've never seen before disrupts your ability to appreciate the scene as a single piece of art. It's hard to divorce the art that Shaggy is doing from the art he's sharing with you. And it becomes this uncanny, real-time internet essay, video essay. I'm aware of that while it's happening. And so I would not have hit that. I would not have got there if the game hadn't crashed. That's why I started laughing. I was like, just please let it be at the beginning of that scene instead of really far away. Because I knew that on some level I'd failed the video essay. Yeah, and I got to call the patricide thing where I paused was right before Kinnock said exactly the thing that I'd said. So if I hadn't broke in, I would have done a disservice to you guys as an audience. I am really proud of last night's show. In other words, that is very close to an A, like me being able to grade myself for an A at what I'm trying to do. This is what this is, Hans. And so it was very fortunate. I've spoken before that I'm better when I know the game by heart, when I know every story beat that's coming, if what we're trying to do is digest it. And I've said before that once we go to games that I just don't know, we might have to play them twice, back to back. Boom, boom. I play on my computer. And I don't know how you think those are the only two options. Anyway, 10 is the bridge. Yeah. Last night was so good. Last night was so good. So good. I'm pride cometh before a fall, but if I can pat myself on the back, I'm really proud of the order that I've done these things in. I have been planning on doing this, planning how would you do this for 20 years. And I have not nailed it at every stage, but it's getting better. I'm really starting to build momentum, which I'm going to need because we're going to go into games I don't know very well almost immediately after this. I've never read a single dialogue box in Final Fantasy Tactics, for example. Final Fantasy 12, I started skipping the cutscenes and ignoring the dialogue boxes very early. I'm not on the street, Teddy. Okay, Dylan? Well, I have a good reason to excel now, Rach. I no longer get upset at myself. That's not true. I got upset at myself today. But I less frequently get upset at myself for being excellent and not getting the appropriate applause that I deserve for my excellence. So I'm working on that. But I don't get frustrated with it as much as I used to. Somebody actually sat and watched me play blitzball the other night. Somebody just enjoyed watching me kick ass at blitzball. You don't know. You have no idea how, don't get me started. We can score 12 points. Do you want to see me really fuck this game up? Because I want the limit breaks. I know, Rage. Okay, Teddy. You could have asked those questions in a super chat and just done the help. You're not a buyer. You're not a customer. You're nobody. They do that. They all do that. Every one of you who does that says those exact same words. It's contingent kindness. You were never going to spend money, but you can hold money that you think I want contingent to something that you were never going to get from me. Teddy is a gaslighter, a manipulator, and broadly psychopathic by his social traits. Flexing imaginary money. The whole Iran situation is that this is how Reagan should have dealt with it in the 80s. It should have never got to this point in the 70s. We should have never got involved with these people. We should have never given them money. And if the CIA was going to fuck around over there, they should have just killed the Ayatollah Khomeini when they had the opportunity. We've already won because they're screaming their death. They're screaming their death curses on Netanyahu, of all things. They don't even know who's destroying them. That's how stupid the Middle East is. It's not even death to America as they die anymore. They hurl their mortuary curses like Teddy TNC, frankly. There are two ways to depopulate a region, Bill. I said this the other day. There are two ways to depopulate a region. You brain drain them until they kill themselves with their own stupid, or you turn them to the fucking moon. You just turn them into the fucking moon. We were unwilling to turn Vietnam into the moon. We were unwilling to turn Korea into the moon. And for the last 50 years, we've been unwilling to turn the Middle East to glass. Well, we've brain drained them over that time. So the people that we're the people that we're blowing up are barely human. They're human genetically, but cognitively, we wouldn't recognize them as human if they moved to the United States. We would very much incarcerate and execute them if they lived here. What we've done is we've barbarized them so we can eliminate them. It's not good. I don't agree with it. We shouldn't have barbarized them. We should have killed their leaders, brain drained them, and built a wall around them like we did Japan and Germany, because it works. In the cutscene, they were gray. In the high fidelity cutscene, they were gray. And in the character models, they're violet. Rachel, that's correct. They probably couldn't get a gray that popped in the character model. You understand the difference, what I'm saying? They were absolutely violet when you corrected me about it. I just corrected the gray. I was trained on Final Fantasy 7 and 8, where the higher fidelity graphics are the true character. And so my eyes just replaced that violet with gray, with the same shade of gray they were in the cutscene. I'm not bragging. I'm explaining how I interpreted that art. It's like having an action figure, you know, it's the wrong purple. So you just see the correct purple every time, for example. I'm sure you do this with your character model, actually. I'm sure you do this with Eminon, Rachie. Because I said, ooh, I did do that. I went, ooh, they're gray. And you went, wait, they're violet. I'm explaining why I had that reaction. My body went, I'm not reacting to that. Ooh, they're gray. Sometimes you got to get your own spook too, right? Sometimes when you're watching a horror movie, you're like, you got to get your own jump scares. You got to participate. Participation is the art, is the magic. It's the magic, not the art. It's the magic. I don't agree with it morally for anybody concerned. I don't think what we've done to the Middle East is okay. But it's the only historically appropriate answer at this point, because if they flip any further toward Afghanistan, they're just going to be Russian. I'm sure you do, Rach. I'm legitimately starting to miss Una and company, all of them. I'm starting to not even be able to make fun of Lulu's tits. Like, it's getting to that point where you guys have convinced me that she's a real person. And I don't know how much of that I do is the character, Shaggy Philalitea, just trying to take a dialectic so I can hear women specifically. But outside of making fun of her running in the dress, none of you has said an unkind word about her as a human being. You didn't even make fun that the hair in her face didn't blow in the wind. You guys seem to really like her as a human being. You miss Kina every day? I've tried to do as many Kina voices for characters since 9 so that you could at least have the voice.
trash. There's no good fruit here. I think of Kina every time I get a burger and I want to go back into the kitchen and just make it myself. Let me just make my burger myself, guys. You see what you do is you smash the bread. You want it to be bigger than the bun. Not tall, than the smash fly. She reminds me. I once watched I once read a Gordon Ramsay AMA on Reddit, and someone asked him. It was one of the funniest, quippiest things I've ever heard. I love chefs as personalities. One of the quippiest things I've ever heard. They asked him if it's true that fat chefs are a chef that you can trust, and he goes, "Hell no, I wouldn't." Sorry, I laughed at the joke. He goes, "Hell no, I wouldn't trust a fat chef because he's had his finger in every pot. He's already eaten the best parts." Yeah, if you had to do a cosplay, Kina would be a fucking amazing cosplay. Because, you know, like dressing for the winter, you can always add to your body. You can always add bulk to yourself. You can never take away your waist. You know what I mean? To be some of these characters, you can never take away your waist and wear a G-string and nipple pasties. You know? But you can always put on a fat suit. Kina would be an amazing cosplay, because all you would have to do to research the role is watch. Oh no, her name's gone. Oh no, I was watching her just yesterday. Oh no, the TV chef lady who used to talk like this, and she'd say, you gotta make sure you get your pot of water. Not Julie Dreyfus. What's her fucking name? Oh my God. I had the perfect joke and I fucking did not land. I had the perfect setup and did not land my punchline. Fuck. You have to know who I'm talking about. Julia Childs. All you'd have to do is watch Julia Childs, but do it in that voice. With just hang your tongue out as you're talking. Do Julia Childs, but hang your tongue out the whole time. And you fucking just won Adventure Con or whatever it's called. I don't do cons. Comic Con. You just won Comic Con. The spoon. You gotta have the fork. You gotta have the spork. You have to have the spork. The spork though. I got excited, Tiff, and I just started riffing. Let's get through the idea. You already fucked up on Julia Dreyfus. Just keep moving. Let's keep this train rolling. You have a good idea and you're excited about it. Oh man, I would love that so much, Rach. That'd be my favorite thing. If I went to a con and somebody were doing a Kina, but they didn't go to Gordon Ramsay. That's the thing, is don't go to Gordon Ramsay because he's too mean. He's too mean in the United States. You got to go to Julia Childs because she was so nice. She was so wholesome. And Kina's nothing but wholesome. Kina with the, I don't do hype. That's still my favorite moment in that game. That's still my favorite part of Final Fantasy IX, is if you get Kina as soon as you can, when you go to Burmecia and you teleport up, you take these magic teleporters up onto an airship. Kina goes, nah. She shakes her head, nah. Her fucking tongue. That's my favorite shit. I don't do height. Me neither, bitch. I think that's what I shouted.
I think I shouted that in the dining room. Oh, that shit's hilarious to me. I love her. Yes, Ramsey is. That's why I said for American TV, he's mean like that. His shows in England, he's amazing. Have you watched him cooking with his mom? His mom talks like that, and that's hysterical. But when he uses that language in front of her, she smacks him in the mouth. She reached across and popped him in the mouth in one of them. And I think it's funny that she can cook better than he can, that she can make whatever her signature dish that got him inspired to be a chef, that she still makes it better than he does. That was one of both the most wholesome and hilarious things I have ever seen. Him cooking with his mom. Yes, that's the one I'm talking about, Tiff, where he didn't finish the shepherd's pie. It wasn't cooked all the way through. He did it all fancy, yada, 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 and it wasn't cooked all the way through. And she just laughs at him. She just laughs at him. You didn't even qualify for the competition, and you run competition shows, you fucking little kid. That's so great. I love it. I love that. Thank you, Cash Bandit. I love that. That's why he is the way he is, because he has a strong mom. He has a strong mom. And man, she was so natural on TV. Speaking of Julia Childs, she was so natural on TV. I think he was talking to her about trying to get her to do her own show. No, I haven't seen his kid. I don't do the star fucking celebrity gossip, paying attention to what's in these people's lives. But when I run across interesting shorts, I like to watch the source material. Really? Is he charismatic? Is he going to be good on TV? I don't mind, legitimately, I do not mind nepotism if they're charismatic and good on TV, good at their profession. Like Joe Buck. Joe Buck's dad is a legend in baseball broadcasting, and Joe Buck is excellent at his job. I don't care that his dad was in broadcasting. The Osbournes? I don't pay attention to his kids. I'm actually kind of thinking right now about Eddie Van Halen's kid. I can't even think of his name. Nepo baby. Yeah, I understand what you mean. I don't know whether you're pro or con the Osbournes. Liv Tyler. Definitely Liv Tyler. We talk about her a lot. The Liv Tylerification of the 90s. Of women's self-identities. Okay, they're the good ones. Okay. I love Ozzy and Sharon. I named my computer after Sharon Osbourne. She's the busiest working woman on the internet. Sharon, my computer. Will Smith's kids are jagoffs. Rach used to laugh out loud when I would say that about Sharon. Sharon Chode? Truly unconditionally. She couldn't be married to him anymore because of his self-destructive nature, but she loved him unconditionally. There she is. Sometimes I have to fish for it. She used to laugh every time I would say that. I used to say it a lot in other words. Yeah. Yeah, through thick and thin. She bet on his career, and she wasn't going to let him destroy his career. Destroy himself? Fine. His career? Never. Over her dead body. Oh, yeah. Well, she picked him. That's what so many women don't understand, is when you pick a man, it's your responsibility now. And she picked him for his career and for his talent, and she wasn't going to let him waste it, because he would have. He would have. He was content to kill himself in that hotel room after Sabbath fired him. Steve Irwin and his wife, for sure. I don't know their story. I just know she was there every step of the way. Behind every great man, right, there's a better woman who just doesn't want the credit. I mean, even Einstein's first wife did the math. She actually did all the calculations for Einstein. He didn't do any of his own calculations. He was mathematically illiterate. He couldn't do the math. What's it worth to you, Eric? Ride or die. See, Rachel, I think when you asked me what I would tell my 15-year-old self after finishing Final Fantasy X, I think what you expected me to say is something like, look for a ride or die like that. Look for a woman who's going to take your hand when she asks you to lead in this moment. And that's not what I would tell him, because he learned that from the game. He doesn't need me to tell him that. You can, Tiff. There are ways. But for me, whether it's whether I can or I can't, for me it's, I'm annoyed that it's become unimportant. Because art is just imitating life. Just telling you what I think and how I approached answering the question. The PDA has me saying, okay, well, what is the answer they're expecting me to give, and is it the one I want to give? Is it the truth? Or if they suggested it, would I find a deeper truth? I was just telling you how I approached answering the question. Because whether it's real or whether it's AI is kind of a DIY fallacy. Do you understand what I mean by that? I was watching this guy yesterday talk about DIY punk. And it had me having intellectual, emotional reactions. Where I'm going, wait a minute. DIY in general is the Gen X hipster. That's a Gen X hipster term. And so AI is DIY, you know. Can we agree on that, do you think, Tiff? Isn't it bothersome, Rach? 80% of the people who own that game haven't gotten that experience since it was released on Steam. 80% are collectors who don't just go and pop in to have that experience every few years. I find that upsetting, Rachel. I do. I find it upsetting. Bothersome. That's why I ended last night with the no wonder Hironobu Sakaguchi told the internet, not the internet, the video game industry and his own fans, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, I'm out. 80% is too many. Your daughter's school just called? Okay, Tiff. We can always pick this up any other time. It's upsetting. Understood, Tiff. Tiff, when you say that it's disappointing or upsetting mean like it tilts your boat on the water, right? That it's indistinguishable whether something is AI or not. What I hear is the same things, the same lamentations that my grandmothers were making about not being able to tell whether something was made by a machine or made by hand anymore. His art was not being appreciated correctly, and neither was Akira Toriyama's, and I think that's why the very next thing that Hironobu Sakaguchi did was make a video game with Akira Toriyama and release it on the Xbox, thinking that maybe an entirely new audience would appreciate it differently. Me too, Rach. I want to meet Hironobu Sakaguchi, and I want to tell him, I see you, sir. Like earlier today, you may or may not have been here, somebody asked me what order to play the Final Fantasies in, and I said chronological order to 10-2. Play 1 through 10-2. Play them in the order that they were developed, because it allows you to appreciate them as a developing system, as developing artists. And then when you hit 7, when you play 6 and then 7, and you see the dip in quality that they sacrificed to be on the PlayStation, you'll understand. Well, what does it matter, Tiff? What does it matter? It's a genuine question. Because like with my grandmother's not being able to tell whether something was manufactured by hand or a machine, I used to ask, what does it matter? Maybe. They'll just be different, Tiff. They'll be differently the same. You don't digress. I think it's important to think about. Well, it shouldn't be a panic. But think about it. Think about it for just a sec, Tiff. Just like stop with me and do a thought experiment with me. In the 1920s, when you bought a bowl or a blanket, it was made by hand. Human hands made that, even if they used a machine. In the 1990s, if you bought a bowl or a blanket, it was probably made by a machine. Short and shriveled and always to the right, Beast Bowler. So, like, part of the reason that Walmart can have so many bowls and blankets, and that they, I'm kind of telling you what my thoughts are on AI, Tiff. Work with me here. The reason there can be so many bowls and blankets like this one, the reason that this blanket, frankly, can exist at all is because a computer made it. And a computer made it with an automated program that just had a human being hit start. A human wrote it, the automated program, but the machine does not need a human intelligent operator in order to make this blanket and make millions of them. All it needs is electricity. The human intelligent operator is there to make sure that the threads feed properly, that the spool remains full, and that none of the blankets jam. Like your printer. If you've ever operated an inkjet printer, it doesn't need your help. It doesn't want your help. It does not need your human intelligent operating at all if it's working correctly. So like with an inkjet printer, if you had to make a copy of something, or you had to fill out an official document that you received in an email, would you prefer to copy that by hand or print it out? I think we can agree that you would prefer to just hit and let the thing do the thing. And so in that same way, AI generated art is just the automation of visual representation. That's all it is. It's just a program that someone wrote and you hit start on. So the question remains, for me, who wrote what? Because whether it's Johnny Depp or it's some AI generated voice, someone told them what to say. Yes, Beast Blower, I am religious. Whether it's Donald Trump or J.D. Vance or Mr. Beast or some AI generated motivational speaker telling you how pain and loneliness will make you a better person with pictures of wolves, someone wrote the prompt. Trump didn't write his speech. Ozzy Osbourne didn't write his lyrics. Garth Brooks didn't write the majority of his lyrics. Katy Perry writes almost 0% of her lyrics. That Chappell Roan writes almost none of her lyrics. Most of her lyrics are written by men. That I'm the bad guy bitch who's got fat now, unacceptable. She's either got fat or she's got giant bolt-on titties. Either way, everything about her is unacceptable. All of her lyrics and music are written and composed by her brother. I don't care what is saying the thing or generating the image. I want to know who's paying for it and who's raking in the profits. Because frankly, if it's not me, they're probably evil. Yeah, Billie Eilish. At least with me, you can know that every dollar I make is going to the places I spend it. And I don't make enough of it to spend it in unethical ways. And frankly, by the time I make enough to spend more, or by the time I make more than I can spend, I'm going to be spending it on my audience, so they can quit their jobs. Okay, Rachie, it's based. The show's over. I hate that, Tiff. So fucking stupid. The OnlyFans thing. The OnlyFans thing is so fucking pathetic on both sides. Pictures of your pussy are not worth $200 in any economy. These fucking money pigs are disgusting. They'll come to me and tell me to get a job, and I'll ask them what they need to spend their money, what they need all that money for, what they're spending it on. And if you actually look at their finances, it's fucking OnlyFans and gambling. Get fucked with your financial advice, bro. You're that fucking Kesha chick telling me that you can fill up all your credit cards on booze tonight because someone will fucking give you the money tomorrow. Fuck off. For free. Tiff, that's what I don't understand. I used to say that when I would be on doesn't work on Tinder and OkCupid anymore. These women, it doesn't work anymore. But they used to match with you and they would act like a normal match. And then you'd ask them like, well, hey, can I get your phone number? Do you want to move to another thing? And they'd be like, yeah, but I'm $200 an hour. And it's like, no, you're not. No, you're not. So women will ask me things like, very attractive women that think of themselves as 8 or 9s will be like, why have you fucked so many fat women? And I'm like, because they don't fucking charge me. That's why I said that to Diamond. I don't pay for sex. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of that, Tiff. But there's also a lot of they pay for it because it gets them, they think that it gets them particular recognition by these girls. A lot of it is building fake, they're called parasocial, fake relationships where they do the girlfriend experience, where they pretend to be your girlfriend. Wake you up in the morning with semi-nudes. Whatever. It's gross. It's dehumanizing. And the Democrat, the liberal perspective that the prostitutes aren't dehumanized. They're not dehumanizing or what's the word that they use? Objectifying themselves. No, they're existing in an economy of dehumanizing and objectifying their clients. They reduce them to their money, and it's fucking abhorrent. I sang for the first 2 hours of the show, Crude. I don't even have my headphones in right now. It's gross. And dudes are just absolutely addicted to the way they talk. Because dudes are fucking gross about sex. They just want the fucking nasty keywords. Because they think that a woman saying the nasty keywords dehumanizes or objectifies her. It's like, they're just words to me, dude. It's just JOI. It's just JOI, jack off instructions, for dudes with absolutely no social skills. None whatsoever. And so they pay for it. And they pay. And it's ridiculous what they pay. Hi, Michael. It's absolutely ridiculous and insane. But then they'll come around to me and tell me that I got to get a job because they think that I want their money, because the only social stimulation they have is women who go, okay, but I need your money. And so they just get right out at it. They just get, because the women will also, if you tell them no, they will neg you. I don't have plenty of social skills, Crude. I live in a tent for a reason. I told the woman at Panera yesterday to fuck herself out loud to her face. There was nobody at the counter, and she was standing there. I walk up, and she leaves the register to go and clean a counter that did not need to be cleaned. And then she comes over and she just, meh, meh, meh. through the order. And when I took my cup from her, I told her, I appreciate knowing that the cleanliness of that counter is more important to you than my customer's satisfaction. And she opens her mouth and I said, fuck yourself. Certainly I stunk up the store less than her fat ass does. Definitely less than your fat ass does, Shams. Sure, it's someone's, Angel. People tell me all the time that they wish they were living my life. Can't say that this is a deja vu moment for me, though. Or that I've had a prophetic dream about it. If you say so, Michael. I kind of feel like to dream is to dream, but okay. I kind of feel like taking poetic license with factual statements is a no-go, just a non-starter. Maybe, Mike, that's what wars are for. Hello, Juggalo. What's up, Esteban? ¿Qué pasa? Hola. ¿Cómo estás, mi amigo? This guy has mad Fonzie energy, and that is not a negative criticism in any way. No, I don't have any pets. Don't you think you would have seen them by now? My house is like, my home is like 42 feet squared. Estoy excelente, Esteban. Fonzie from Good Times, right? No, not Good Times. Was it Good Times? No, that's it's from a TV show from the 1950s. He had good hair and he wore a leather jacket and he was super cool. And he always used to know how to fix the jukebox. I think the character's name was Tony Fonzarelli. Hey, the Fonz, yeah. What is that? Happy Times? What is the show? No, not Stanford and Sons. Not Stanford and Son. Now you're just fucking with me. The Fonz is I can't think of the actor's name now. You've seen him in other stuff. He's so good. He's also very Jewish, which I think is funny. Yes, Esteban. See. Yeah, he's cool. Yeah, he was the coolest guy in American TV. When you say somebody is a Fonzie, you mean they're super fucking cool. Happy days. Yeah, happy days. Happy Days is also a black people TV show, is how my dad would describe it. I don't know how else to describe it. Happy Times? Happy Days? What was it called? My favorite movie? Blade Runner 2049. Calls him a fucking dildo. I've never seen the show. I can believe that, Esteban. Happy Days. Right? Arthur. Fonzarelli, the Fonzie. From Happy Days, right? Stop fucking with me. Franz is, yeah, Fonz is a greaser. And it is a happy day. Yeah. Don't fuck with me, I don't know this. Someone out there is laughing. This fucking idiot. He doesn't know it was called Better Times. Whatever. What was the one where they were moving on up? Moving on up to the whatever side, to a deluxe apartment in the sky. What was that one? Because I think that one's called Happy Days too. Oh, happy days. My lady, she's not my wife, but my lady, she had to step away for a little while. She'll be back. She'll be back for the game stream later. Somebody asked me when the game stream was. I usually try to be at that and in it around 4 p.m., 5 p.m. sometime between there. We're going to hit that mark today. I'm going to leave here in the next half hour. It might even have just been called The Good Show. Who knows? Leave It to Beaver existed. I know that one was a show. Fuck with me. Fuck with me, Tiff. My grip on reality is tenuous at best, as it is. Somebody just snickering into the back of their hand. This idiot thinks it's called Happy Days. Dumbass. Arthur, but thank you for the help with the Arthur. I didn't figure he had an English name, Welsh name. Understood. Kids have sports, karate, football, capoeira. Hey, it's all good, Esteban. That's just letting you know. You don't owe me anything. You don't owe me. Certainly, you don't owe me a sorry. Lo siento. I'm happy for your kids. Are they good? I'm guessing football, right? Not American football. I'll make sure that Rach knows that you say abrazos. Abrazos. Does that mean like open in some way? Is that derivative, or does that come from abrir? Oh, that's awesome. Lead? Cool. I don't know anything about soccer or football. Abrazos is embrace. Cool. Thank you for that. Hugging. Okay. Abrazo. Okay. Embrace. Okay. Yeah, I can hear it. Abrazo. Cool. Thank you. I love learning that. Hugs. Yeah. I love that. See, this is why we let the camera roll. I like to catch my regulars. I never like leaving work either. Not till I'd seen everybody. Oh, that was a real thing when I was a job-in server. You've been speaking Spanish for about 8 years? That's awesome. I have not kept up with my Spanish. I've gotten a little bit embarrassed about how little I've used my Spanish over the last decade. Yeah. Ay, ay, ay. Spending all your dollars? I'm sure that you will enjoy some of what she spent, buddy. Ay, ay, ay. Gotta get another job just to keep her happy. Please don't. Get the second job, that is. Keep it up, Esteban. You're kicking ass, man. You are aspirational, my dude. That's all I ever wanted in life, was the wife and the kids and somebody to spend all my hard-earned money. That's all I ever wanted. Aspirational, yeah. Like, I could breathe that. I don't have any kids, no. Ladies can be crazy. Worth it in the end. There was one woman in 2007, 2008. But if she had that kid, she hasn't contacted, or well, not if she had the kid. She had the kid. It's a little blonde girl. But if she wants that kid to know that I'm that kid's dad, she doesn't want me to know that I'm that kid's dad. Bucking Fonkers. Blood pressure and not breathing enough. I sit here and hold my breath. It's just a thing I've always done. Manage my breathing. Maybe not always. Definitely since high school. Take shallow breaths. Let my body digest all the damn oxygen that I'm bringing in, but then I'd bring in too little. I agree, Tiff. I agree. Adios, abrazos. Esteban. Vaya con Dios, mi amigo. Benediciones. I always used to say that I knew that I wasn't emotionally mature enough, that I wasn't socially mature enough to have a kid, but I knew better than that. What I was doing was I was covering for the women that I had chosen, that they were not prepared for motherhood. They were not prepared for motherhood, and I was taking the credit because on some level that was my fault. I let them get away with so much. Heard that, Tiff. I've done a lot of hookups, but I've only ever been with maybe as many as 7 people, but I think that number is closer to 5 than only once. Yeah, well, I don't like it only once. The minimum is 3. The minimum is 3, but the times between 4 and 7 are the best. Well, you should be. Like I always say, I think I was saying this to Misty the other day, that with sex for women comes the knowledge that pregnancy and effectively imprisonment come forever after. Well, they're not, Tiff. You've got as many as 5 years after any random sexual encounter where you got a fucking toddler attached to you. What species, pickle? Do you mean gender, you fucking idiot? Hey, Jackie, what up? All your loved received. How is your Jackie? Jackwish? Wow. I am packing up. I'm glad I caught you. I'm glad I stuck around long enough that I got to catch your attention, Jackie. Breathing and getting on your nerves. Is that a good thing? Yes. That's correct, Tiff. I would always start to get bored midway through because it's like, all right, you've come a whole bunch of times. What am I going to really get out of this? Four times might be the minimum. Women can be like that, Jackie. Just got to remind her that she can't heal if she doesn't have the nutrients necessary to heal. That's funny, Jackie. Mother's Day is a significant day. Take care, Jackie. Thank you for stopping through. Get your ass to bacon. I believe in you. I believe in greater and lesser degrees in all of you. All right. All I got to do is put my shoes on. You feel so tired, Tiff. What have you done as regards your metabolism? Have you eaten? Have you you done any stretches? You got your heart have you got your heart rate above resting? No, I haven't been in Taco Bell since they invited me not to come in there. They locked the door in my face one Sunday night, so I haven't been back. That happened. It's all good, Tiff. I don't make a big deal about it because I just sound like a self-righteous asshole. Hello, Shatton. I understand, Tiff, but I bet you if you put a little bit of calories in your belly and you got your heart rate above resting, that you'd feel a lot better. So far, so good, Shatton. It's okay, Tiff. I don't know what that's about either, Tiff. It might have to do with your habits. It might have to do with them. I don't know. Hello, Keon. I know that I can't keep up with trying to send out links, notifications to the Discord. I never actually do it. I say I will, and then I don't build that habit. Bam, there he is. Well, this winter I went dark a lot this winter, Tiff. I'll fix it, Misty. I knew that was going to be the case. Heard that, Tiff. I'm glad you came back. My videos are starting to show up in the search algorithm, which means that that either more people are searching for me or that YouTube is starting to take me more seriously. So, all good things. Understood, Tiff. I don't use it. I haven't even looked at it in days. That's how I keep in contact with Eric. So if Eric isn't texting me, I don't even look at it. He's got a little channel in there where he shares his video games, and he shares what he's doing on the YouTube channel. If I wanted to scroll through, and it's not that I don't want to scroll through, it's that he'll also find me in my lives because I'm already here. Eric is not a real child. No, Eric is my age. Eric is a Navy vet and a man of mystery. Eric and I live very similar lives. Not that he's homeless or tented. And he has an independent stream of revenue and he uses it to do art. And right now he's inspired to make videos on YouTube because he really likes hanging out with me. And I think on some level, Eric, I'm not talking down to you if this is true. I think in some level it helps him connect to what I'm doing and how I'm living. He's a silly guy. We all cope with reality in different ways. I don't know, Tiff. I don't remember whether you told me you were in your mid-40s or not. I tend to not think about it. No, you're not older than I am. I got you by about 7 years. Yeah, well, you know. I didn't ruin the skin of my face with sun and cigarettes or whatever else. Crack. Hello, Frank. I said that to a girl once. This girl, now she happened to be black, but whatever. I grew up in a black community. She goes, "You look so young." And I said, "Yeah, well, you know, I never smoked crack." She got real quiet. Maybe her mom was a... No, Tiff is not my girlfriend. Maybe her mom was a crackhead. Who knows? I smile a lot. Understood, Tiff. Then it was a nightmare? Yeah, I bet. I bet. That's why you don't try your supply, folks. If you're selling, you want to be sober. You have to dehumanize the client. Well, that just happened. I understand. I don't spend a lot of time in the Discord, but if that's what you want to do. I will make an effort. I don't care what you guys do. I prefer you use your judgment. I didn't even see what he said. I'm not going to look. I'll tell you the same thing I tell Misty. For the most part, I prefer you leave them alone. Just let me get it. If you notice a pattern in the people I'm getting and you get there before me, it's not going to upset me. For the most part, I'm just going to ignore it and pretend it's not happening. I'm not going to investigate if I didn't see what you muted. But if they're coming after you and you don't like what they're saying to you, get rid of them. Yeah, I do the blue crew. I do the blue crew so I can identify who's paying, who my customers are, and that means who's furthering the conversation, who's dropping microtransactions, who's healthy in the community, and whom I trust to be able to recognize when I just don't need to have read that. I think you see it, Mr. Salty Baller. Everything's good. Yeah, I trust you guys, and for the most part, I try not to notice it or not to react to it because I don't want to encourage it. I prefer to act like it's just not happening. But I'm pretty sure that I can also undo it. Like if for whatever reason I disagree, I could undo it, I'm pretty sure. You're a little nervous? It's not that bad. Just talk to them and let them see what you're doing. Cats don't like their feet played with, so if you don't spend a lot of time playing with their beans, they're just not gonna like it for a while. You just got to talk to them, and you got to be patient with them because they feed off your energy. And so if you start getting aggressive and frustrated, they're just going to want to get away from you. Because they don't hear the words you're saying, they hear your tone and they feel your body language. So if you're angry or agitated, the difference in taking off their toenails and taking off their toes to them is negligible. And so you might just need to prepare in your mind for it to take multiple attempts. You might just have to circle around this 3 or 4 times today. That's how I had to do Wiley. That's how I had to do Wiley until he started taking care of him himself. I had to catch him when he was snuggled up to me, and I used to just keep the fingernails right by where I sat at all times because it might take me all week to get all 10 of his toes. You get one and he starts screaming, gone. All right. Hey, you're back. Fuck with his feet like that until he relaxes, push it out, clip it real quick. Motherfucker. Until he started taking care of him himself. That's how I had to do it. Just the one that was the longest, the one that cut me just then. I used to hold him on his back and my arm like I was nursing him. The crook of my arm, and I'd put my working hand on his belly. I guess how did I do that? Because you got to work both of them. I put him in my arm and hold his toes, clip him. However, he was sitting next to me on the couch or whatever. However I could get a hold of his toes. You might even have to put him down into your legs, You got to be able to manipulate their toes. So far, so good, Callum. Wiley was a Maine Coon mix. So he was huge. He was huge and he was strong. And he had a lot of early childhood trauma. Early lifespan trauma. So he could fight. He was strong. He was a big boy. He was every bit of 15 pounds. Hello, Fiona. I remember your username, but I don't remember why. You were sending things, Fiona? Yeah, they're strange, Tiff. They're strange. Hello, Jason. I don't think so, Tiff. Okay, David. So? Sorry, Tiff. I don't know whether you can have some gum, David. Consult with your physician. I don't know if you know this about me, but I am not your dietitian, David. Yep, it is time. 2 o'clock. I'm going to be up there about 2:30. I'm going to be over. Yep, 4 o'clock. Boom, 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 boom. Perfect day. I'm going to fucking nail this one. Nail it right in the dick. I know, Tiff. I'm doing my best. It was good to hang out with you, Tiff. Thanks for spending so much time with me. Take care, Misty. Rach isn't here at the moment, no. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I got to say the last little goodbyes, like to Misty, to Tiff, anybody else who wants to say goodbye for the next couple of hours while I go get something to eat. There's a non-zero chance I get run over by a car as I'm trying to go over to Panera. I mean, there's no non-zero chance that I die at any moment. So I like to be able to say goodbye to those of you who are specifically here. Oh, I remembered you, Tiff. Miss and I remember that handle. Misty's going to have to be on the payroll at some point. I may or may not, Tiff, but heard that. Okay. Ah. Well, it's my pleasure, Tiff. I wouldn't tell you no. To chill. I'm not turning Netflix on, though. If I knew how to help, Tiff, I would say, I'll sit here while you two figure it out. And I'll tell you how to do it, and then I'll sit here until I know you've got it. But I'm not going to do that. I have to pee so bad I can taste it. So I got to get up, I got to get my day going, and I don't want to do that on camera. That probably explains a lot, Tiff. Settings, content, social, and requests. There you go. Go through your options and make sure people can send you requests, Tiff. And then she'll find you. Give her 2 to 7 minutes, Misty, and I'm sure she'll have it figured out. All right, I love you guys dearly, but now I got to pee. Goodbye. You'll find me later. Ding dong, motherfuckers.